Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the public hearing and public meeting of the Committee of the Whole regarding resolutions number 240-888, 240-889, 240-986, and 181014. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Squilla. Council Lady Gaudier. Councilman Jones. Councilman Young. Councilman Driscoll. Council Lady Lozada. Council Lady Bass. Councilman Phillips. Councilman O'Neill. Council Lady Gilmore Richardson. Councilman Thomas. Councilman Harity. Council Lady Ahmad. Council Lady Landau. Council Lady Brooks. Councilman O'Rourke. Council President Johnson.
Present. Thank you very much, Mr. Christmas. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. Mr. Christmas, will you please read the title of the first resolution?
Resolution number 240888, appointing Rick Carrion to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District. Resolution number 240889, reappointing Howard Wurzak to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District. Resolution 240986, appointing Gary Brandeis to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District of Philadelphia and Lower Merion. And resolution number 181014, calling for the Council Committee of the Whole to convene public meetings and public hearings pursuant to the educational supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operation, and finances of the school district and adopt plans to coordinate the activities of the Board of Education, the mayor, and the City Council for the improvement and benefit of public education in Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. This morning we will first consider three resolutions to appoint and reappoint directors to the City Avenue Special Services District. After considering the City Avenue appointment resolutions, we will hear testimony on resolution number 181014 to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the School District of Philadelphia. Before we call our first witness, I would like to recognize Councilmember Jones for any remarks he would like to make concerning the City Avenue Special Services District resolutions.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As my colleagues know from around the city, special services districts augment the regular services that are done on behalf of commercial corridors. In the case of City Avenue, they are one of the most exemplary special services district I can imagine. Now, I speak from authority of having been the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Commercial Development Corporation, which was responsible for over 100 commercial corridors in the city of Philadelphia. I also state that as we start to look at the long-term viability of these commercial corridors, these services districts also serve in a planning capacity. A report was done on City Avenue that said that density and traffic calming were two of the priorities. And as you look on both sides of City Avenue, working with our partners in the county, you're starting to see more and more development. We had to say goodbye to Lloyd and Taylor's, but we are getting more residents in the area to work from the Schuylkill Expressway all the way down to St. Joe's University. So they coordinate and collaborate with the existing businesses, community organizations, and universities. So we are thankful for what they do, keeping us safer, cleaner, and greener. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Will Mr. Christmas please call Brian Feinstermaker, President and CEO of the City Avenue Special Services District.
Good morning, Council President Johnson and council members. And Councilmember, thank you for the kind words, Councilmember Jones. My name is Brian Fenstermaker. I'm President and CEO of the City Avenue Special Services District, here to testify on Resolution 240888 with Mr. Rick Carrion, Resolution 240889 with Mr. Howard Wurzak, and Resolution 240986 with Mr. Gary Brandeis. I did submit written testimony, but I'm happy to provide a little bit of an overview of what we do. And again, thank you, Councilmember Jones, for kind of highlighting the work that we do with Philadelphia and Lower Merion as a convening organization. We're about 2.7 miles long, running from 76th to 63rd Street, encompassing about 400 different parcels on both Philadelphia and Lower Merion. We've done about 16 million in public improvements, and capital improvements and landscaping work, as well as retail strategies. So we're really involved in making sure it is a clean, green, and hospitality-focused district. And we continue to work and strive to make that happen. As you know, we can't do that without our board members, and we're putting forth 3 board members today. Mr. Wurzak, who has been a long-time standing board member and was really a reappointment, and Mr. Rick Carrion, who is a new, the vice president of all of TD Bank's Philadelphia market, so we're happy to have him come on board, as well as Mr. Gary Brandeis, who is now back in City Avenue District, representing the Marriott on City Ave, but most notably some of his scholar hotels throughout the state. So we're really happy with the new board members coming on, allowing us to do our work. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? The chair recognizes Majority Leader Kathleen Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Jones, to our district councilperson and my colleague, and also to you, Brian. I just wanted to put on the record the work that you all have been doing on the City Avenue corridor, and just say thank you for responding to the community's calls and working with Councilmember Jones and also working with me regarding some of the overarching concerns that continue for the Philadelphia County side of the City Avenue Special District. I just wanted to put 2 things on the record as we continue to work through some of the overarching challenges in that community. Relative to traffic safety, and just putting that on the record because we know we had an incident with a university student on City Avenue, I think between 54th and Cardinal Avenue, which is directly south of the current construction site, but also sort of north of where most of the economic development activity is happening currently. And in addition to that, I wanted to just, if you could, for me, because I don't have the list in front of me, if you could go over the entire list of all the members of the City Avenue Special Services District now.
Sure, I will try to do my best off the top. At least on the Philadelphia side, we'll go from there, would be President McConnell of St. Joseph University. It would be Bernie Prezenica, a general manager of 6ABC. It would be Mr. Wurzak, who's a reappointment. And then so we have 9 and 9 on each side. So these would be the 3, yeah. So these are additional 3. Jeff Goldstone, who's also on the Philadelphia side as well. On the Lower Merion side, we have Richard Gottlieb of Keystone Development. We have Duke Kennedy of C is a real estate firm, Corporate Realty Solutions. We have Mark Brennan of Federal Realty. We have,
And for the record, that's the organization currently doing the housing development in the shopping center.
correct, the Lord and
Right.
Taylor, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then we have Nathan Munchnick, who owns properties on both sides of Philadelphia and Lower Merion.
Wait, can you repeat that name?
Nathan Munchnick,
Okay,
yep. That would be at the corner of Bryn Mawr on both sides of the street there.
okay,
Joe Kender, Vice President of Government Affairs for St. Joseph University on the Lower Merion side.
you said Joe
Joe Kender.
Kinder, okay.
We have Jonathan Spergel with Manco Gold, which is an environmental law firm.
Okay.
We've recently had, with the sale of the Tishman property, which is 123 Bala, we had Janet Giuliani, who just recently stepped down, and so we're making a reappointment there as
On-
well. That's on the Lower Merion
On
side.
the Lower Merion Township
Yep,
side.
And we're looking to also include MAC Properties, which owns the Presidential City, moving forward. So we'll be looking to bring those in front of you at some point when that space becomes available as well. I think we're still off a couple.
That would just be one more for the Lower Merion side?
One more for Lower
Okay.
Merion side. I'm trying
And
to,
so for the three resolutions that we are considering today, that would be three on the Philadelphia County side, in
Correct.
addition to the president of St. Joe's, Bernie Presenica from 6ABC, Mr. Burzak, who's a reappointment.
Yeah.
That would be three plus three is six. Jeff is seven, so it's
yeah,
two more.
and Dr. Jay Fieldstein with PCOM, president of PCOM.
President of PCOM?
Yes,
Okay, and then it's just, and one more.
and one more.
Is it open or it's filled?
It's filled.
Oh, it's filled,
yeah.
okay. And so the only thing,
Howard's a reappointment.
pardon me?
Howard Wurzak's a reappointment.
Yeah, you
Okay.
said who was the reappointment?
Howard Wurzak with Hilton.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, I have it here. So then that would be nine.
Okay,
With the
that's
three, it
nine.
would be nine.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the only thing that I would respectfully request as we move forward, and I am in support of these three resolutions for the record, and I am in full support of Councilmember Jones, who's my district representative. But the only thing that I would request moving forward is that we see more diversity on the board and on the Philadelphia side of the board. There are not many women represented on this board at all outside of the St. Joe's president. I think she may be the only one.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, I don't know, is there any person of color or African-American who's on this board?
So Mr. Carrion is Hispanic. We did have two women who were stepped down on the Philadelphia side, which is why the two new appointments came in. So we're working with that as well. We are trying to make a youth movement as well as diversity movement, so we're aware of those situations, and we'll look forward to kind of moving forward and looking for suggestions on that end as well. It is
Okay.
something of my concern when I came on as well. I will say that we do have some limited, because the parcels are limited on the Philadelphia side, that does limit what our kind of our choice selection is on that side of the street.
No, I understand, and I want to say for the record, you have been very great, working with the community and working with us, responsive to phone calls. But I do think it's exceedingly important. It's 2024.
Yep.
We got to have diversity on these boards. We have to have a diversity of thought at the table when we are making decisions for communities that are much more diverse than the composition of the board currently. And so I'll say for the record that I am in support of the three resolutions that are before us today, but I'm doing so with the thought in mind that in the future that we add additional diversity to this board. And I know that's something that Councilmember Jones has already been working on, and I'm fully in support of that. But I have to state that for the record. These appointments come across this body. It's 18 people on both Philadelphia County and Montgomery County, and we recognize the challenges relative to the ownership perspective. I get that, because my uncle used to own one of the gas stations on Conshohocken Avenue, who lives in Bryn Mawr. And so I understand the sort of real estate challenges that present themselves currently on City Avenue. But I just want us to be mindful in the future of ensuring that we are keeping women at the table,
Correct.
and people of color at the table, and Black people at the table, particularly because that community is, on the Philadelphia County side, predominantly Black.
Understood.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you, Councilmember Jones, and thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jim Harity.
Oh, I'm sorry, Council President. I don't have any questions for this.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Good. Thank you again, Mr. President, and thank you, Member Gilmore Richardson, for that observation. But I would also put on the record, one of the challenges in that commercial corridor is that, to my knowledge, there's only one person of color and a female that owns property along that commercial corridor, so it's a little more difficult. And one of the focuses we need to place is on economic development and making sure that there is that diversity among building owners and apartment owners and those kinds of things. My question to you, on the Lower Marion side, how many units are under construction as we speak?
We have, in the Business Journal as of like last Friday, was another project coming online at 111 Presidential. It'll be 425 units. It's a $21 million acquisition through Hanover Group. So that'll be a larger project coming right at the corner, just off of Presidential Boulevard at 111. 1, 2, and 3 Bala are under development. I think we'll see a hotel come on there first. And then from there, we'll see some additional residential and kind of commercial retail. And then the 200 units, which is at the Lord and Taylor space, will be moving forward. We see that opening in 2026. And these are all mixed use. We're actually bringing down the big blocks. And so any parking lot you see, anything at least on the Lower Marion side, will be getting a new streetscape as well as a smaller blocks will be walkable, pedestrian friendly focused. And so we're bringing in kind of retail that'll attract that kind of demand as well. So,
So do you have a number of new units that you know of?
so
I know the developments, but new units.
yeah, I can share that with you when I get back because all the projects, we did have Keystone was looking at doing a larger scale development. They've scaled that back given to economic conditions. And so that project was going to have about another 200 units. I think it's just going to be a strictly residential, retail play at this point. But I can get you back with some firmer numbers. And we have some other additional smaller units of 86 here and another 30 in another spot on Bala Ave. But I can kind of give you those numbers as what we have in front of Lower Marion Township at this point, but I can give you those and see what it is. But there is development, yes.
So to my at-large members, great space on the Philly side to live, work, and play, and we welcome you in the 4th District. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes. I had a quick question, though, before I recognize the next member. Are there any community members a part of the City of Avenue Special Services District? Is there representation from the community?
On the community side, it's just property or business owners at this point. That's what the
Okay.
bylaws state.
That may be something to consider. Now, although I'm from South Philadelphia, but my family also come from 5300 block of Lebanon Avenue. So I used to go catch crayfish over there at Lincoln Hall Hospital in the back, right? So I know the area. And I think as time went along, the lack of black businesses along Lebanon Avenue was a result of the development that have taken place over a period of time. And so it's going to be a challenge as time going forward, right, to balance out that board with business owners as Councilman Jones, who come from PCD, Philadelphia Commercial Development Corporation, who has a background in supporting small businesses. But that may take some time. And in the meanwhile, my recommendation as a thought would be it shouldn't just be limited to just business owners. In South Philadelphia, we have the Special Services District and the stadium. We have all 4 sports teams. However, we have representation from the various neighborhoods in South Philadelphia that are impacted by everything that takes place in the stadium Special Services District. So it may be something to consider just in terms of equal representation at the table. And we can't impress upon you how important it is, because as we look at and we read Project 2025, right, there is a movement in America to reverse through policy black, brown, and women from being at the seats of table of power and progress in America. And so I echo the sentiments of my majority leader, Councilwoman Kathleen Gilmore Richardson, as well as my colleagues. I know that we're all feeling the same thing. And so that could be something to take a look at, to kind of expand your footprint in that area in terms of representation on both sides equally.
Yes, and I think, I mean, it is important to myself as a whole. For one, I had background in working in this area. I worked at the Enterprise Center for 7 years before coming over. And the other piece is we do work with the Black Business Showcase and do a lot of work trying to bring up minority-owned businesses within the district. So we're working on that heavily and recruiting and trying to get things situated that way. So it is something at the forefront of what we do. And our staff is mostly minority-owned.
Okay, thank you very much. The chair recognizes Councilman Anthony Phillips. But Mr. Hardy, your button is on, so am I calling on you? Okay, thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Councilmember Anthony Phillips, and your button is still on, sir. But I'm going to call Councilmember Anthony Phillips.
Well, good morning, Council President. I just had a really quick question, because I guess it's been burning in my mind since you're here. With City Avenue being a major thoroughfare and something I drive often, what specific initiatives are being taken to alleviate traffic congestion, improve pedestrian safety along the corridor? And will this board be able to help with working on that? That's pretty much the only question I had, because I know it's a major, major thoroughfare, and there's a lot of traffic, and there are pedestrian issues when it comes to safety.
So one of the pieces, at the anchor end, I guess at Lancaster, we have Lacanal Medical Center, which is a heavy driver, which isn't in our district. And so it does pull a lot of traffic of different hours and times a day. And then there's the development of the St. Charles Seminary at some point in the future as well. So we understand that there is a traffic issue. We've been doing a number of improvements, capital improvements along that regarding streetlight and infrastructure to kind of help that. We just completed a $3.4 million reconnection of Monument Boulevard on the other side of Target. That was a project that we did. We do understand that, and we're hoping that with some of these new developments coming online, that people will park their cars and walk. We are, well of tracking kind of these things. I will say within the first quarter of '25, the Bala-Kenwood Bridge will be down to 1 lane each way, and that is a PennDOT project. And so we won't be able to do anything with traffic for about 2 years after that, because it'll be down to 1 lane at that. So we'll definitely bottleneck between Conshohocken State Road and Bala Ave. So my apologies in the future, but it's one of those things when the bridge is falling down, we need to have that taken care of. And so, but it is something on top of mind for us as well.
Thank you. The 1 lane, you said 1 lane across that bridge?
It'll be down to 1 lane each way for about 2 years.
Oh, all right. Well, we got to gear ourselves up for that, Philadelphia. All right, thanks a lot, Council President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gaultier.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, Brian. I just wanted to chime in on this issue of allowing community representation on the board in a way that would help expand the diversity and probably the quality of the work, if that representation were there, to say that the University City Special Services District, as you know, includes all of the major civic associations or representation from all of the major civic associations in the area, as well as the institutions and the major business entities. So there's a precedent for that as you're thinking about moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions and comments from members of the committee? Hearing none. Are there any other witnesses to testify on resolutions number 240888, 240889, and 240986? If hearing none, we will now go into our public meeting to consider the action to be taken on those resolutions. Mr. Christmas, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Squilla. Councillady Gautier. Yes, ma'am. Councilman Driscoll. Councillady Lozada. Councillady Bass. Councilman Phillips. Councilman Phillips. Councilman O'Neill. Councillady Gilmore Richardson. Yes. Councilman Thomas. Councilman Harity. Councillady Ahmad. Councillady Landau. Councillady Brooks. Councilman O'Rourke. Council President Johnson.
Present.
Pardon me, Councilman Jones. Oh, Councilman Jones and Councilman Young. Thank you, pardon the oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Christmas. A quorum of the committee is present. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones, sponsor of the bills, for a resolution, sponsor of the resolutions, for a motion on resolution number 240888, 240889, and 240986.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that resolutions number 240888, 240889, and 240986 be moved from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
The chair notes for the second. The chair notes for the record that Councilman Gautier seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 240888, 240889, and 240986 be reported from this committee with the favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. And resolutions numbered 240888, 240889, and 240986 will be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. We will now resume you can be dismissed, sir. Thank you. We will now resume the public hearing on resolution number 181014. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the name of our first witness to testify on the resolution?
The Honorable Sherelle L. Parker, Mayor of the City of Philadelphia.
First and foremost, as always, an honor and a privilege to have you back inside our chambers, and so I want to officially say, welcome home,
Thank you, Mr. President.
and just state your name and title for the record, and please begin your testimony.
Thank you, Council President Johnson. My name is Sherelle Parker, and I am the mayor of the City of Philadelphia.
Please begin your testimony.
Thank you so very much, Council President Johnson, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Majority Whip and Education Chair Thomas, and all members of City Council. Thank you all for inviting me to speak with you today. I am pleased to be here with our education leaders, School Superintendent Dr. Tony Watlington, and members of the Board of Education, who you will be hearing from shortly. I want to thank School Board President Reginald Streeter for all of his work for the children of Philadelphia and for the service and partnership that is essential to help move the school district forward. We were grateful for your leadership. I also want to congratulate the board's new vice president, Sarah Ashley Andrews, and welcome you to your new role. We look forward to working with you very much. I also want to thank Wanda Navalis, the outgoing board vice president, for her service and for her help transitioning to a new Board of Education with 5 incredibly talented new members, as well as 4 hardworking veteran members. Thank you for your continued collaboration as we work to build a world-class education system for all of our children in Philadelphia schools, traditional as well as charters. On today, Mr. President, we are boldly moving ahead with our plans to improve public education in Philadelphia, even as our school district continues to be underfunded by $1.2 billion, a longstanding problem so vast and so egregious that the Commonwealth Court determined that our system of funding education in Pennsylvania was unconstitutional. To not move full steam ahead in Philadelphia would fail to recognize the scale and the urgency of the needs of our children. We're working every day with intensity and focus. In March, Mr. President, in my first One Philly budget, I asked this body for its support for a millage rate shift that would gradually shift millage from 55% to 56%, adding $129 million in new city funding to public education over 5 years. And you delivered for our students. City Council stepped up to the plate as it always does. Now, whenever our schools and our children have needed help, City Council has always been there. This body has consistently taken the tough votes. I just want to say that for the record. The tough votes needed to increase funding for our schools and our city, Mr. President. Thanks this body for that leadership. In addition to the millage rate increase, the Parker administration also captured growth in property revaluations that will bring an additional $119 million in new city funding to the school district over 5 years. Now, someone somewhere is doing the math and they would be accurate. That is nearly $250 million in additional local funding for our schools over the next 5 years. And Mr. President, that's something we all should be very, very, very proud of. But that's not it. We're doing more. In my action plan, I laid out an agenda to provide opportunity to young Philadelphians through our education system. I am committed to supporting efforts by our school district for both traditional and charter schools to recruit and retain a diverse educator workforce. And I want to state for the record that I am inspired, Mr. President, by leaders like Sharif El-Mekki from the Center for Black Educator Development, who is working creatively to address the teacher shortage crisis. And I know Dr. Wadlington, unbeknownst to me, both of us had an opportunity to present recently at his global gathering. Educators not just from the United States, but from across the globe. It was unlike anything that I had ever seen before. Why is that work, Mr. President, so important? It's important because representation matters. Many of you know by now that I am a certified high school secondary English teacher by profession. And I have to always describe for people, that means I don't get here through like another program. I'm an undergraduate English education major who is NTE and Praxis Pass. So I am licensed to teach English in any school in the U.S. I know from my own journey, and it was shaped by teachers like Mr. Towns at Austin Meehan, Mr. Fairfax at Austin Meehan, Jules at Parkway, Alan Edmonds. Many people here know him because of his work in arts and the creative economy, but for me, that's Alan Edmonds, the art teacher at the Parkway Program High School. Their presence, Mr. President, as strong black male teachers, it was so pivotal for me as a young black woman because it showed me the importance of seeing someone who looked like me and being a male in particular who could guide and inspire me. It was important to me, but so many others during that time. I want to state for the record that it matters for young black boys to see and learn from teachers who look like them. And we can't be afraid to advocate for that and/or say it out loud. I did it in Harrisburg in council, and I won't stop saying it as mayor of the city of Philadelphia. In September, we worked together, Mr. President, to launch this extended day, extended year initiative, which has created, and I'm proud of this stat, 7,355 new and free enrichment opportunities, including STEM programming with the Franklin Institute. This thing that I learned about through a group run by, I think the gentleman's name was Sylvester Mobley. Alan Dom spoke about it. It was the first time I heard about it. It's called Coding for Kids. Coding, so along with arts and intramural programs, before and after school care, and programming, this is important, during school breaks and for 6 weeks in the summertime, channeling Vincent Hughes' summer slide. The extended day, extended year program is essential to me because no one can deny that there is an opportunity gap between the enrichment and educational experiences of children in suburban schools versus children in our schools here in Philadelphia. And we must close that gap. And we will close that gap because, quite frankly, it is a damning limitation otherwise on our children's future, leaving them on the outside looking in. We need an educational enrichment programming across the board that, amongst other things, sets our children on pathways to succeed in this highly technical 21st century global economy in the modern world. We're also investing, and this is important, in the first of its kind in the nation, City College for Municipal Employment, CCME as we call it. When the idea first came to me, Mr. President, I must admit that the term good trouble from the late great congressman came into mind. People were talking about this vacancy number increasing in city government. And I said, well, wait a minute, that could be a bit of good trouble. Why wouldn't we just naturally create a vehicle and a pathway for students in the school district of Philadelphia? And here's the other one. Not just the students, but their caretakers and their parents as well. Why couldn't we create a vehicle where students and families could enroll at a program housed at the Community College of Philadelphia, the city's college, and be trained for good paying city jobs when they graduate? In addition, another component of the CCME is a curriculum within our high schools to expose students to city jobs. There are people on today right now, even if some of them have retired, who many of us in this room will know, say that they worked for the city for 30, 35, 40 years. And you say, well, how old were you when you started? And they say, well, I was 18 years old. This is the first and only job I've ever had. And those men and women had access to opportunity and the ability to live with self-sufficiency, be homeowners, and take care of families because having a city job was a good opportunity. With that being said, Mr. President, I am committed to working with the district, Philadelphia Works, and a litany of other partners in the Philadelphia building trades to make sure that career and technical education programs like CTE are available to every student that seeks it. These programs will help prepare students for in-demand careers that address workforce needs and offer sustainable economic opportunities. It is here, Mr. President, that I want to insert that this is not just CTE as we know it for the building trades. It's training for programs, unions like Unite Here, to help those who are working in the food service industry. They too offer training and apprenticeship programs that this city of Philadelphia should be funding. And Mr. President, with your assistance, I won't make an announcement on today, but in the very near future, you know that we will be standing together to make an announcement where Unite Here will be the foundation for training the next generation of food service workers in the city of Philadelphia. And I don't know about you, it's never been done. I want to give that a round of applause here in the city of Philadelphia, because I'm happy about that, Mr. President. Now I want to pivot to a difficult one. This is school facilities. Even as we acknowledge and are working to fill the enrichment gap, we must also acknowledge that our students face an even greater gap. And that is in the quality of the school buildings that they attend every day. There has been some progress, and we have to acknowledge the progress when it gets done. And I want to thank the City Council of Philadelphia for its work on this issue, but also our governor, Josh Shapiro, and representatives in Harrisburg, including but not limited to our trailblazing, trend-setting Speaker of the House, Joanna McClinton, our appropriations chairman in Harris and Hughes, all delegation members in both chambers, and quite frankly, Mr. President, all legislators, both Democrats and Republicans. We can't leave out the House Education Chair, Swire, and Senate Education Chair, Williams. And we can't forget about our Republican leaders in the Senate, Senate President Pro Temp Kim Ward, Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman, and Senate Appropriations Chairman, the Majority Chair, Scott Martin, House Majority Leader Matt Bradford, and House Minority Leader Jesse Topper. Why do you go through the exercise, Mayor Parker, to list all of these names, leaders who all have a stake in moving forward funding for public education? Because we don't get anything done alone. By working together, we were able to witness the state legislature for the first time in a decade to set up dedicated funding for school facilities, but it is only a drop in the bucket, and we need to do more in order to address this issue. This funding for us, when people say, well, what did it help us do? It addressed the major environmental issues in our schools affecting students and teachers alike, like lead, asbestos, and crumbling ceilings. Now, it is true, we need Harrisburg to play an important role in helping us to solve this problem, and we definitely have to work together to find common ground and solutions that work for our school district. Now is the time, Mr. President, for the school district, the City Council, and the Parker administration to move boldly ahead in intergovernmental collaboration to create a facilities plan that will lay the pathway for public schools in our great city over the next 20 years. We need to imagine public school facilities that are safe, modern, and which match the 21st century economic opportunities that our children deserve. And for the record, Mr. President, we can't do it on the cheap. Led by Dr. Watlington and the school board, a school facilities master planning process is already underway. And I don't want to steal their thunder because they will speak on this, but I do want to talk to you about this priority and the hard work that lies ahead for all of us. While we continue working to secure more state funding for our schools and bringing in the programming that every student, regardless of the zip code that they live in, ought to be able to access to succeed, we must also work together to ensure that our school facilities are well maintained and modern. Our families need to know and have confidence that we intend to close the school facilities gap and create spaces with pre-K classes and gyms and modern laboratories and enough classrooms for the growing number of our students with disabilities. We as a city need to be the smartest, most strategic collaborators on our public facilities so that there are, and this is when Appropriations Chairman Harris comes into mind, there should be playgrounds, rec centers, pools, and even community facilities. I'm thinking about him, healthcare facilities. We've had this conversation where our students and their families can access. This is integral to our planning. Suffice to say, the challenges are formidable. I don't want any member of this council or anyone in this chamber or watching on television to think that I have just proclaimed something that is very easy and simple to do. It absolutely is not. But we are so very lucky that we have the most dynamic superintendent in the country leading our public schools, and he will talk about the plan which will consolidate, co-locate, and repurpose our schools. This plan will make it easier to ensure that students have, and I want the public, the viewing public, to listen to this so they understand what the vision and the ultimate goal is. The plan is to ensure that students have nurses and counselors and music and art teachers in the building all day. Not just some days, but that we also have to be in the midst of this thinking realistic about facing some hard truths. First and foremost, some school buildings are just so antiquated and outdated, Mr. President, that they're just too expensive to restore responsibly. And we can't be afraid to say that out loud. The process is going to require some hard choices, but we can make together those right-sizing decisions collaboratively and together. Why is this important? This is when history comes into play. And I'll talk about this in a second, about a previous decision. We weren't forward thinking at the time. If we only knew what we could have done had the school district of Philadelphia held on to that real estate and worked in partnership with the city of Philadelphia. And you imagine Turn the Key on steroids and what we could have done with that real estate. Why do I mention that, Mr. President? Because as you know, I have been very forthright about a bold and ambitious agenda to develop or restore 30,000 units of housing right here in the city of Philadelphia. And we should, if we're forward thinking, keep in mind that repurposing our school buildings certainly has to be a potential avenue to address our city's critical housing shortage. We have to be willing to think outside of the box and use innovative approaches that are win-wins for both the school district, our city, families, and caregivers alike. Why is that important to note now? Because we are a tough city, Mr. President, that's lived through some tough times when it comes to our schools. Just as a matter of history, and this always becomes important to just note for the record, because I'm telling you, you'd be surprised how many times people forget about history, and sometimes we want to think that whatever it is that we are working on at the minute just started when we got engaged. But the fact of this matter is, many people in this body have been hard, and legislators in Harrisburg and in D.C., they have been hard at work on this issue for a very long time. I want us to take a stroll back to 2011. In Philadelphia, I want you to remember when the General Assembly cut $1 billion, and I'm talking about $1 billion with a B, from the education budget. And Philadelphia was forced to make huge cuts to every school. Because of those, and this is just my humble opinion, they were misguided cuts, Mr. President. A total of 24 Philadelphia school buildings closed that first year, and many of the schools that remained open, thank you so very much, they did so with shoestring resources and staff. Now, at the time, I was the leader of the Philadelphia delegation. And in partnership with Philly delegation members in the House in particular, I can remember our meeting, we said no more. Then, when I was chairing the delegation, you got to remember, and this is important to note for the record because, you know, some people take for granted that we have a McClinton as a speaker and a Harris as an appropriations chair. But when I was chair of the Philadelphia delegation in the Pennsylvania House, Mr. President, I didn't get to the negotiating table for Philadelphia because I was special. I got there because the first time in a long time, Philadelphia had no legislator who was a leader on either side of the aisle. There was no Dwight Evans as chair of the Appropriations Committee. There was no John Prezell as Speaker of the House and/or leader on the Republican side. And that is how, as chair of the Philadelphia delegation, I became the chief negotiator for the city of Philadelphia in the House and had to learn something that I had never done before. And that was, I had to learn how to negotiate with a Republican governor and a Republican-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate. People who I had agreed to disagree with quite often, but I couldn't just simply go to a rally and give a feel-good speech, Mr. President, and come, take a picture with my fists in the air advocating. And then at that time, it was Dr. Height and all of the other school advocates. I remember standing with Jerry Jordan and the PFT at rallies in the Capitol. You couldn't stand there and give a speech and put your fist in the air. They elected us to lead and to negotiate and bring back something tangible. And they didn't care that both chambers and the executive branch were led by Republicans. They elected us to lead, and that's what they expected. And guess what? People said, how you going to find a way to agree with folks who you disagree with quite often? How you going to get money to the city and prevent more schools from closing? There were some folks, Mr. President, who said that it was impossible until it wasn't impossible. I learned how to negotiate in a bipartisan fashion with political leaders with whom I didn't necessarily see eye to eye with on many things. And I did learn, Council President, and it's really interesting if you're talking about history from your own frame of thinking. I thank God I had a witness because you were there. So I'm not speaking out of school here. And you know that two things can be true at the same time. You can stand very hard to support your morals and convictions, but when you have to govern and deliver for a constituency, it is possible to do both. And I am proud that while this council, when I say this council, I'm trying to think who was here. I don't see Brian O'Neill. I don't see Squilla. Jones was here. And I'm trying, Councilwoman Bass was here. I'm thinking about the tough votes that the council took under the leadership of Council President Clark. And we could move some of those things if the council didn't act, because we had leaders in Harrisburg who said to us, when you come and ask us to do this tough work, what's your local body doing? And they did the heavy lifting. So by the time we got on the trail and we had the ability to put together the deal in the plan, we could say we were in lockstep with the executive branch, even though we agreed to disagree sometimes, with the legislative branch, even though we agreed to disagree sometimes, and the legislators in Harrisburg. And I don't know how many people remember this, because thankful to Jim Kenney's administration, we just come back under local control. People forget we had an entity called the SRC. And we had to deal with that entity. I'm trying for the benefit of this big heavy lifting that's in front of us to encourage, inspire, and get folks to believe that yes, it's heavy lifting. But if we all work together, we can do it. How did we do it? We were able to get the cigarette tax funds, which were $58 million, as well as the sales tax increase of $120 million for our schools. Now, this is what's important, because sometimes people like to talk about a one-time infusion of some kind of cash. The school district of Philadelphia was facing a structural deficit. We couldn't have any one-time stimulus funds to inject into the district's budget and say, hey, we fixed it. No, it needed badly recurring funds to help stabilize the finances of the school district and to put it on sound fiscal footing. We did this work by working together. If they can hear me, I say thank you. Senator Vincent Hughes and Senator Anthony Williams and the Republican leaders that we worked with, we all worked together and we were able to get things done. And Mr. President, we can do it again for our schools, for our children, and for their families. I am prepared to do whatever it takes to get the funding to create the school environments that Philadelphia children need. So I am here to pledge on today that we can and we will do it again. Why? Because we must. In the next 2 weeks, Mr. President, I will announce an interdisciplinary facility planning committee with membership from my administration, from your office, as well as leaders in the real estate development field. The committee will have designated input from key labor leaders as well, and the finance industry, because if we're talking about reimagining and repurposing old real estate, you can't do that without the lending community to be a part of the conversation. So the committee will review the district's plan and provide guidance and feedback to my office, to you, Mr. President, and Superintendent Watlington, Chairman Streeter, on the best way to rebuild our schools and raise the funds that we need in order to do so. So to you, Mr. President, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, to Majority Whip and Education Chairman Thomas, and every member of this body, I want to thank you for your steadfast dedication and unwavering determination to follow every lead, chase down every clue, and look under every rock that might reveal new solutions to problems that previously we thought were intractable or unsolvable. Because if it were easy, Mr. President, I would argue that people would have done it a long time ago, long before I became the mayor and you became the leader of this body. But it's because it seems impossible to get done that each and every one of us who are elected in our own right, putting disagreements and politics aside, but to get to the table and do what I learned how to do with Republicans, figure out a way to get to yes and address a problem. My vision every day doesn't change for Philadelphia, and that is to make it a safer, cleaner, and greener city with access to economic opportunity for all. I am committed to working together with all of you, with Dr. Watlington and Chairman Streeter, to marry our vision with the school district's vision to align our resources to improve student outcomes. And Dr. Watlington, don't kill me for stealing your line, as you would say, ensuring that the school district of Philadelphia becomes the fastest improving large urban school district in the nation. If we do that together, I know we will deliver on our shared vision of a world-class education system our children need and deserve. Together, Mr. President, when we work together, Mr. President, and we don't allow disagreements to get into our way, that's how we demonstrate to the city, to the Commonwealth, to the nation, that we truly are one Philly, a united city. And you know, Mr. President, I have to say this for the record to members of council. You know how when you believe in something so wholeheartedly, but you say it so much that people begin to think it's humorous? Every time I see someone's skin cringe because I say one Philly, a united city, and they're saying, here she goes again with the slogan. I'm so tired. Right? Let me tell you what it does. I think to myself, that means they think it's impossible. That means they don't think that we can get it done. that means that they think that differences and disagreements will stop us from getting to the finish line. I'm an eternal optimist, Mr. President. Get frustrated, cry, disappointment, feel human like everybody else. Not perfect, never promise perfection. So glad I didn't campaign to the people in the city of Philadelphia that I was perfect. And another thing I'm grateful for, that I ain't never been a know-it-all. Even when I was in this body, Mr. President, and in Harrisburg, I'm the sponge. I learned as much as I can from my colleagues. I'm learning, never been a know-it-all, right? But so grateful that I haven't allowed my experience in government and politics to think that all of the big challenges, school facilities, housing, public safety, jobs, everything's clean and green. It seems so big, and it seems, well, how do you chop it down? I compartmentalize it all, a little bit at a time, all the right people at the table. If we do it together, we can be one Philly, a united city, and no matter how often people laugh and make fun of me for saying it, I'm not going to stop trying, because that's who I am. My name is Sherelle Park. I'm proud to be the mayor of the city of Philadelphia, and I'm proud to work with each and every one of you as members of council. No matter what you read, let me tell you what I know and I understand. And I want to look at you to tell you so that you hear it from me. I respect this body. I learned in those chairs over here when I was only good enough and knew enough to take a memo that was signed from here and run it upstairs to the chief of staff. But I learned in this body by watching some of the best and the brightest do it. I respect each and every one of you who are members. Doesn't mean that we're not going to agree to disagree. We're going to fight sometimes. And some people who I have very personal relationships with and will fight you over. We are going to agree to disagree, but we should never let that get into the way of our ability to deliver. And for those people who have never had to work the way I have with people who you agree to disagree with, I learned that some people are only comfortable when you're in front of an audience that's clapping or your fists are in the air. Because I'm telling you, it's easy to be with an audience that's round and clapping for you. When you got to deliver when people are not happy about it, that's when you measure who someone is. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, that I respect each and every one of you, no matter how many people or entities, industries, try to drive a wedge between us. Because if this administration doesn't work with this legislative body, it's gridlock and I fail. I can't succeed as mayor without you, in partnership with you, Mr. President, and all members of this body. And I'm not afraid or weak because I've said that out loud. Thank you. I didn't say this to my team, Chief Deputy Mayor Vanessa Garrett Harley, Sincere Harris, Chief of Staff Tiffany Thurman, Deb Carrera, Director of Education, and all members of my team. Let me publicly affirm to each of you, I know it's not easy working with me. The sense of urgency and the passion of expecting you to deliver the best that you have to offer, it comes from everything this city gave to me. And I owe it to give 1,001%. I expect the best from you because that's what the people of our city deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Parker. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the next panel?
Would Mr. Reginald Streeter, Esquire, President of the Board of Education School District of Philadelphia, please come forward? Oh, and Dr. Watlington, could you also please come forward? Yeah. Let's see.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Just state your name and begin your testimony.
My name is Reginald Streeter. I am the proud president of the Philadelphia Board of Education. And I will begin it, then Dr. Watlington will, when his time is up, he starts.
Yes,
He will,
that's correct.
So good morning to our amazing Mayor Parker, President Johnson, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Chair Thomas and Whip of the City Council, Minority Leader Brooks, and Minority Whip O'Rourke. Thank you all for having us and inviting us to your house. We really appreciate it. The Board of Education and School District of Philadelphia to share some key updates on our work since the last time we were all together. I am joined today by the whole board. All 9 members are here. Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews, Crystal Cubbage, Cheryl Harper, Whitney Jones, Chow Wing Lam, Wanda Novales, Joan Stern, Joyce Wilkerson, and our student board representatives are also here. They took time out of school today to be a part of this process, and they are Charles Rinker, Kinsey Ahmed, and our alternate Jake Benny. And as I stated earlier, I'm the president of the Board of Education, Reginald Streeter. On behalf of the board, I would like to begin by taking a moment to thank Mayor Parker and all members of City Council for your continued partnership with the board and district. It is my high honor to provide remarks following a true partner and supporter of public education, our Mayor Sherelle Parker, the first Black woman mayor of the City of Philadelphia. Madam Mayor, we thank you for your commitment to public education, our shared focus on student achievement, and look forward to continuing to work with you and your team on education priorities. Beyond these meetings, we appreciate the opportunity to engage with the Education Committee under Chair Thomas' leadership on a monthly basis to provide more regular updates on the work of the district and the board where appropriate. As you can see behind me, joined with us today, in addition to the whole Board of Education, is also Superintendent Watlington to my right, his leadership team, who will share updates following the board on the district's progress toward achieving the board's goals and guardrails, facilities planning, and the upcoming budget cycle. Please move to the next slide. Since our appointment, we've been busy. In confirmation process in the spring, we have spent the last 7 months coming together to get to know one another and the diverse talents and unique perspectives we each bring to this board. This is a picture from a team building session we did early on as a board over the summer. We also had the opportunity to participate in an orientation process, including the opportunity to attend a conference at Harvard to learn more about board governance and how we can be the most effective stewards of this 200-plus-year-old Philadelphia anchor institution in our city, this great city of Philadelphia. Again, I am incredibly proud and honored to serve as board president under this talented board of individuals. Together, we represent a rich tapestry of backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences. This diversity allows us to approach challenges from multiple angles and develop more inclusive and well-rounded solutions. While each of us brings a unique perspective, we are indeed united by a single goal, that student achievement, and the academic success of our children must be in the forefront of everything we do. Our diverse perspectives foster robust discussions, but what has made us effective is our respect for one another and our ability to find common ground in what's for the best interests of the students we serve, all of our students. Together, we function as a cohesive team, recognizing that our collective strength lies in our ability to lead together. By leveraging each other's talents and working collaboratively, we can ensure that our decisions and thoughtful, balanced, and focused are thoughtful, balanced, and focused on what's best for students. In that spirit, I will be asking my colleagues to join me in giving this presentation today. We are excited about the updates we are sharing with you today, as we believe we are working together to advance our vision and mission to improve student outcomes in, again, this great city of Philadelphia. Please move to the next slide, and I would like to invite Board Member Harper to the dais to give some comments and present. Would you like each board member to state their name for the record, as I did in the beginning?
Sure, absolutely.
Good afternoon. I'm Board Member Cheryl Harper. I'm one of the newer board members, but we are all one board. So
How you
we
doing,
don't
Ms.
consider.
Harper?
I'm fine.
Good to see you again.
You too. As we start, I would like to share a brief outline of our presentation today. Excuse me, I have a real bad cold. We would like to start with our vision and mission, which the board adopted alongside the Accelerated Philly strategic plan. Thank you. To improve progress towards our goals and guardrails. We will then provide some updates on the work of the board and recent progress it has made. Board. We will then provide some updates on the board, on the work of the board and recent progress it has seen aligned to its goals and guardrails. Next, we will provide an update on the board's vision and facilities planning, while Dr. Watlington will share more details in his presentation. We will also share some charter authorization updates, including more information on a new initiative, Project RISE, an initiative to consider revision to the charter schools performance framework. Finally, we will preview some ways we believe we can work together in the coming months to chart a united path forward in support of the academic achievement and the success of all 200,000 children under our collective care. Thank you, and at this time, I will pass it on to Board Member Lamb for the first set of updates. And I apologize for being so cold and hoarse.
When we turn up the heat for Jonathan Fenton, where you at? Turn the heat up, please. I got you, Ms. Harper. Make sure you are all right. Please state your name.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry
I'm
for the
Chow
record.
Wing Lam. Thank you, Board Member Harper. We believe it's important to always begin with our vision and mission. Next slide, please. It was only 6 years ago that the governance of the school district was returned to local control after almost 20 years of state control. Since this return to local control, the board has been consistently laser-focused on our students and their academic success. We often say, as the governing body, it is our job to focus the organization on focus. Next slide, please. This Goals and Guardrails governance framework was adopted by the board in December 2020 and continues to guide the board's work as we adopt budgets, approve expenditures, review and adopt policy, and monitor the progress of the district's performance. The academic goals we set include benchmarks for reading, math, and college and career. We also have four guardrails to create the necessary conditions in every school to deliver on our goals. These include welcoming and supportive schools, enriching and well-rounded school experiences, partnering with parents and family members, and addressing racist practices. Through these adopted goals and guardrails, the board has set its expectations for the superintendent and the district. We continue to monitor progress towards these goals and guardrails and ensure that our decision-making furthers our progress towards these expectations. As this new board enters the next phase of continuing to focus on student achievement, we are continuing to work together to make an integrated, coherent, and equitable approach to public education that includes all public school options available to our young people, as they are all our children. Through this, we remain wholly committed to the board's vision for a unified system of public education that prepares all students, to imagine and realize any future they desire. In the coming months, we will be working to further clarify how we make this vision a reality. Please move to the next slide, and I'll pass it to Board Member Wilkerson.
Thank you, Board Member Lamb. First, in terms of academic progress of our students, we're excited to share.
Excuse me, just state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Joyce Wilkerson,
For the
Board
record,
Member.
begin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First, in terms of academic progress of our students, we're excited to share that this board's Focus on Focus approach is working, and we remain committed to achieving our goals and guardrails as the district strives to become the fastest improving large urban school district in the country. This is evidenced by preliminary data from the 2023-24 school year, which showed student attendance increased, the four-year graduation rate increased, the number of dropouts decreased, and the district's increased performance in 9 out of 13 areas. These increases support progress towards the board's adopted academic goals, and we look forward to Dr. Watlington sharing more highlights for all of you later this morning. The board also remains committed to visiting every corner of our city. For example, board members attended back-to-school events, as seen in the 2 pictures in the top right. The board has also appointed 2 student board reps and 1 alternate for this school year. These students include Charles Rinker from Franklin Learning Center. Charles, you want to stand? Kenzie Ahmed from Northeast High School. And as our alternate, we have Jake Benny from Central High School. We're also excited to have received 50 complete applications for the board's Parent and Community Advisory Council that was created as a result of a charter change implemented or initiated by the board, by City Council. In this weeks to come, we solidify our membership for this cycle so we can get to work. The student and community voice provided to the board through its student board reps and PACAC are invaluable and align the board's guardrails. Please move to the next slide, and I'll pass the mic on to Board Member Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews.
Just state your name and title for the record, and please begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ashley Andrews. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Education. Thank you, Board Member Wilkerson. First, I want to thank Mayor Parker for addressing the important topic of facilities. The last time we were all together, one of the key issues that this body raised was the need for a facilities planning process. We are pleased to share that in September, the board directed the superintendent through a formal resolution to begin this process. As the superintendent concluded the first 7 phases of a facilities planning process, the board formally directed Dr. Watlington to begin phase 8 of the facilities plan by engaging community stakeholders in a robust process that will result in recommendations addressing the following: maximize the use of our school buildings and student rostering to provide more equitable, rigorous academic offerings, pre-kindergarten opportunities, access to high-quality arts, music, and physical education, and career and technical education opportunities. We also want to address enrollment trends that have created financial and operational inefficiencies, identify district school buildings to be modernized, co-located, or repurposed, or closed. We recognize that this is a complex issue, but we believe engaging in a robust planning process is an important step towards creating the conditions that must exist for our academic goals to be possible. Thank you to members of City Council who have been supporting the district and sharing information about the opportunities for engaging in community conversations on this topic. We greatly appreciate your partnership in spreading the word of our listening sessions and feedback surveys. We know that robust engagement is critically important in this process. Members of the public can continue to monitor at our website, philasd.org/FPP to join a remaining session or complete the survey, and we do encourage you all to do so. Later on this morning or afternoon, Dr. Wallington will share additional information on future community updates and stakeholder engagement, and we value Council's continued partnership with these efforts. In closing, we know that maximizing the use of our buildings, better rostering students, and responding to enrollment trends, we can increase the rigor of our academic offerings and the opportunities available to our students, which will make great strides towards the board's academic goals and guardrails that are critical to student success and achievement. We expect the superintendent to present a draft facilities plan at the end of next year for board consideration. Dr. Wallington will provide a more detailed update in his remarks later on this morning, and we are committed to supporting him and his team through this important process. Please move to the next slide as I pass it to Board Member Jones.
Just state your name and title for the record and please begin.
Yes, Board Member Whitney Jones. Thank you, Vice President Andrews. As a new board under a new mayor, we have reflected deeply on everything we heard from City Council in our confirmation hearings, our monthly meetings with the Education Committee through other channels, and also the incredibly helpful feedback we have received from all corners of Philadelphia's public education sectors since we have assumed governance reins of the School District of Philadelphia. While we are still a young board and have much to learn, we are committed to continuing the conversations and remaining open to feedback as we move forward. Please move to the next slide. We are excited to share that in September, the board participated in an in-person convening that the Charter Schools Office organized between board members and charter school leaders. In fact, this was the first in-person convening since before the pandemic, and board members were really excited and thankful to be able to present and connect with leaders from across the charter sector. This was an important opportunity for us to not only get to know each other on a more human level, but also learn firsthand about the exciting things that are happening in many of our charter schools. At the convening, the board and the Charter Schools Office announced an important initiative, Reimagining School Excellence, or in short, Project RISE. Next slide, please. The board knows that strong accountability systems must evolve over time, just like much of society and K-12 learning has evolved in recent years. Project RISE seeks to determine how the Charter School Performance Framework should evolve to best support the needs of our students and in consideration of the feedback we have heard over the years. There will be 3 phases to Project RISE that will involve charter school engagement at every step. We are currently in phase 1, which involves the collection of specific, actionable feedback from key stakeholders such as charter school board members, leaders, families, policy experts, and authorizers from across the country. So far, we have heard from individuals representing over 50 charter schools and organizations. This work in phase 1 is being facilitated by 2 external national authorizing experts and will result in the publication of a specific actionable scope of work that will serve as a foundation for phase 2. In phase 2, an RFP will be issued to identify a partner or partners to embark on a comprehensive review of the existing charter school performance framework and recommend an evolved version of the current framework. This phase will culminate in the board voting to adopt an updated framework. Finally, in phase 3, the CSO will develop updated processes that are responsive to feedback received from stakeholders, including and especially charter school leaders. This phase will culminate in an updated administrative procedures to be posted online. We want to be clear, our focus remains on student achievement and experiences. So while we work diligently to update the framework, we will continue to center our students and hold charters accountable to their charter agreements. Please move to the next slide, and I will pass it to Board Member Novales.
Just state your name for the record and please begin your testimony.
Board Member Wanda Novales. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Board Member Jones. I'd like to provide an update on this year's new charter application process. The board has received 4 applications by the November 15th deadline set by the Pennsylvania's charter school law. The applications are Celestina Cordero Bilingual Charter School, Early College Charter School of Philadelphia, Pan American Academy Charter School, Pathways High School, and Philadelphia Charter High School for Real Estate and Building Trades. More information on each application can be found on the Charter Schools Office website as noted on the bottom slide. The board will begin its review process this month by holding the first mandated hearing on December 19th. At the hearing, the board will hear presentations from each applicant to take public comment. In January, there will be a second hearing during which the board will have an opportunity to ask each applicant clarifying questions through an assigned hearing officer in review of the application. Additionally, this year, at least one member of the board will be present and act as the board representative for each hearing. The board representative will ask questions on behalf of the board and report back on the proceedings of the hearing. This change to our process is a direct result of the feedback we have heard from members of this prestigious body and other stakeholders. This is just another way this board is seeking to be responsive to the feedback we have received thus far. Please move to the next slide, and I will pass it to Board Member Stern.
Just state your name for the record and please begin your testimony.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Joan Stern. I'm a member of the Board of Education. Thank you, Board Member Novales. In closing, I want to come back to how excited and proud we are of all the work that is happening right now. We often talk about the educational renaissance happening in Philadelphia. I am proud of the momentum we are building and the progress towards our shared mission that all sectors of public education in Philadelphia can and will work with urgency to provide every student with the opportunity to achieve positive life outcomes. We are grateful and hopeful that with the leadership of our mayor and this city council, we can continue to work in partnership in support of public education in the great city of Philadelphia. The city, through the mayor's office and this city council, has also provided increased funding to the district to support our evidence-based and strategically aligned investments. We thank Mayor Parker and this legislative body for your financial commitments to the success of our students. We cannot do this without you. Though we would be remiss if we did not continue to mention that to achieve our shared goals for public education in Philadelphia, the school district and our children require reliable, adequate, and equitable funding to deliver the education our kids deserve. When we look at our financial outlook, we know that we must be prepared to tackle the financial challenges that lie ahead. Our financial outlook is complex given the change in presidential administration, the sunset of historic ESSER funding, and upcoming collective bargaining agreement negotiations. In the months to come, we look forward to remaining engaged with our local, Commonwealth, and federal funding partners to ensure we can continue to deliver for our kids and their academic needs, our facilities, and our workforce. Please move to the next slide, and I will pass it back to Board President Streeter to close us out.
Thank you, Board Member Stern, and to all my colleagues for these important updates. As evidenced by these and those updates, we are hard at work in service of our students and to be good stewards of the school district of Philadelphia as its governing body. We look forward to the continued engagement with each of you in your offices. I believe now we will pass it to Dr. Wallington and his team for their updates.
State your name for the record and please begin, Dr. Wallington.
Tony Watlington, Superintendent, School District of Philadelphia. Good morning, Mr. President, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Whip, and Education Chair Thomas. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I also want to say good morning and thank you to all of the members of the City Council who are here this morning. Also, I'd like to say a special thank you to Board President Streeter and Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews, and offer again a very strong congratulations for your recent elections and the roles in the Board of Education. Finally, Mr. President, I would like to recognize members of the senior leadership team in the school district. Would ask them to stand quickly. Deputy Superintendent of Academic Services, Dr. Jermaine Dawson, if you'll stand. Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Colonel Oz Hill. Chief of Staff, Sarah Galbally. Chief of Communications and Customer Service, Alexandra Coppage. Chief Financial Officer, Mike Herbstman. And Chief of Evaluation, Research, and Accountability, Dr. Tanya Wolford. We also have here with us this morning our Director of Government Relations, Ms. Laura Gabash, who many of you work very closely with. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I count it an honor and a privilege to be fortunate to serve as your superintendent in the nation's 6th largest city and the 8th largest school district. Honored to be here. Slide, please. This morning, Mr. President, members of council, as President Streeter said, I will share the district's charge, highlight the outcomes and the direction in our strategic plan, Accelerate Philly. We'll get right into the results that the district is experiencing, share next steps, and then provide some additional context in Phase 8 of the facilities plan as directed by the board and President Streeter, and then I'll give some insights into the building of the fiscal year 26 budget, and we'll be happy to take questions and feedback. Slide, please. Very pleased at this time to share an overview and the district's charge in the district. Slide, please. For a quick overview of the district, a reminder, as the board shared earlier, the district is comprised of some 200,000 students, nearly 200,000 students, which represents both traditional district students and charter students, all a part of the public school children in the School District of Philadelphia. These are actually last year's numbers that show an enrollment of 197,115 young people. That number increased this year by 1,841 new students, and the current district enrollment as of this month is 198,299 young people. There are a total of 249 district-operated schools, and we are very pleased that we have we represent a very diverse school district, with the majority of our students being African American and Latino, with our students and families speaking more than 200 languages, and we believe that diversity is a strength. Slide, please. Having been hired by the Board of Education in June of 2022, our charge in the School District of Philadelphia, quite simply, is to achieve the board's goals and guardrails, very strong, lofty, and stretch goals for academic performance as measured by PSSA scores and Keystone test scores, as well as to position our district to become the fastest improving large urban school district in the country. And certainly in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, among the 500 districts in this Commonwealth, we measure our performance and those goals and guardrails related to PSSA scores in grades 3 through 8 and the Keystone exams in grades 9 through 12. Additionally, when we compare our district to other urban districts across the United States, we're focusing in on NAEP, the National Association of Education Progress scores, which our 4th and 8th graders take every 2 years in the United States. There's a set of kids throughout the entire nation that take this test, and 26 urban districts. We also benchmark our performance with graduation rates and dropout rates with other big cities across the country. Slide, please. The district strategic plan, entitled Accelerate Philly, is our roadmap for how we will achieve the goals and the board's goals and guardrails, as well as position ourselves to be the fastest improving large urban district. Slide, please. In June of 2023, our Board of Education unanimously approved Accelerate Philly, the district's 5-year strategic plan. Many members of the district community participated in 3 groups that contributed to the development of Accelerate Philly, hundreds of Philadelphians. These individuals represented a wide range of roles across the district, and they represented the diversity of the city at large. The strategic plan draws on the themes that emerged from the listening and learning tour. Kudos to our evaluation and research department led by Dr. Wolford. They put a detailed report of all that we learned across the city, and those learnings are archived on our website. The listening and learning tour was followed by a transition team report that engaged 100 Philadelphians, as well as a few local and national experts in the field of K-12 education, as well as the personal and lived experiences of people throughout the city. Accelerate Philly has 5 priority areas that you'll see on the screen. Priority 1, and these are in ranked order. Our first priority in the school district is to improve safety and well-being, both physical, social, and emotional, as well as environmental safety and well-being. Priority area 2, to partner with our families and community, not just as partners, not just as engaged partners, but as equal partners. Priority area 3, consistent with the board's goals and guardrails, our core business is to accelerate academic achievement. Priority 4 involves recruiting and retaining a diverse and highly effective workforce in the school district. And priority 5, to deliver efficient, high quality, and cost-effective operations. Slide. As we implement Accelerate Philly and prioritize how to expend the budget, because the budget is both a moral document, it also speaks to our priorities. The 5 high levers that help a district to significantly improve, and we know this based on more than 50 years of research in the United States of America, their number 1 most significant factor in improving student outcomes, no matter what school district or a group of students we're working with, involves highly qualified, well-supported, stable teachers over time. The number 1 factor. Our budget reflects that. Number 2, the number 2 factor is highly qualified, well-supported, and stable principals over time. Principals are really important because they recruit, onboard, develop, and retain highly qualified teachers. The third area that we're focused on as a high lever is high-quality, standards-aligned, and culturally appropriate curriculum, both academic curricula in reading, math, and science, as well as social and emotional curriculum, social and emotional learning resources, because our young people need lots of support related to a lot of areas outside of just reading, math, and arithmetic. And we understand that. And certainly, high leverage area 4, to ensure that our kids have enough high quality time on task. and that they have regular student attendance, pushing hard for our kids to be in school no less than 90% of every month, 90% of the year. And our kids have to have rigorous instruction in their classrooms. And certainly, we have to engage our parents and guardians, not just as partners, but as equal partners. Slide, please. Would like to get right into the results in the district. I want to begin by saying, first, I want to acknowledge that we are doing some really good work together under the leadership of the Board of Education. Again, I want to highlight the role of Board President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, and the members of the board, because the board has several years ago set a very aggressive vision for the School District of Philadelphia that says that and it's outlined in the goals and guardrails, and really robust goals. The board not only set those rigorous goals, the board spends its time monitoring or progress monitoring those goals in all of its meeting. One of the board members, I believe it was President Emeritus Wilkerson, or someone said focus on focus, and that was how the board operates. And certainly, we want to also note that in terms of the outcomes that we are achieving, they are a testament to the hard and strategic work specifically of teachers, principals, and school-based staff at the schools throughout the city. We could not do this work without the board's leadership, and the board's vision is coming to fruition. So we certainly want to thank the board, our mayor who spoke this morning, all the members of City Council, our families, our unions, and other community partners for their ongoing support. Slide, please. I want to begin by giving you an update on some of the priorities referenced by Mayor Parker this morning, first of which is the extended day, extended year. Across the 20 district operated schools that are a part of this initiative. There are also 5 charter schools. We've created a free before school care and enrichment program that serves more than 1,400 children. The program has also nearly doubled the seats available for free after-school care and enrichment programs, increasing from 1,435 to 2,555 students, and we will continue to grow that over the course of the year. In addition to the free before school and after school care enrichment that's provided in these schools, in these pilot schools, the pilot schools will be open for more than 2,000 students during the upcoming winter break for the first time. They'll be open to our young people during spring break and for 6 weeks in the summer. Mr. President?
I just want to take a moment of personal privilege, and I'm going to let you finish your presentation so we can open it up to the full body. But does the extended day provide breakfast, lunch, and after-school snack? Just was wondering.
Yes, I know we provide breakfast, Dr. Dawson. We also are providing lunch and dinner. Is that correct? Snacks. Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. Just wanted to know for the record. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Slide, please. As we launch this new extended day, extended year initiative, we are partnering with the Office of the Mayor, work very closely with the mayor and her staff to monitor and assess 6 measures of success. And so I want to share those, how that's going. To date, we can share with you, Mr. President and Council, 74% of the available seats for before and after school programming are filled. 70% of these pilot schools offer intramural sports, and we're continuing to grow. 100% of the students in the extended day, extended year program at the 20 pilot schools are exposed to enrichment programs. And as the year progresses, we will be able to see the percentage of these students who attend school 90% of the month or the year, and what they tell us about their sense of belonging. We are tracking that data throughout the year. And under Dr. Wolford's leadership, we'll have an biannual survey that allows our parents and our students to give us feedback on their satisfaction on the survey. I also want to note that relative to the mayor's vision for the City College for Municipal Employment, I believe she talked about that being a manifestation of what John Lewis referred to as good trouble. We're pleased to be a part of that good trouble, the board and the staff, and that work is well underway, and we look forward to our young people in the high schools who in the second semester of the year will continue to get some intensive support to prepare for both the civil service exam and to prepare them to be able to take on city jobs here in the city of Philadelphia. Slide, please. I want to remind Council that as a reminder from earlier this year, the Harvard University Center for Education Policy and Research and the Stanford University Educational Opportunity Project released the nation's first post-COVID report about how are America's children doing in reading and math, specifically in the grades 3 through 8. The report is titled the Education Recovery Scorecard. This report included 30 states, and it represented 60% of the entire United States public school population. It found that the School District of Philadelphia had the fastest school year 22-23 post-pandemic recovery in math in grades 3 through 8, followed by the Los Angeles Unified School District. And in 3rd through 8th grade reading, the School District of Philadelphia had the second best rebound recovery performance in 3rd through 8th grade reading, following only the Chicago Public Schools. On the next slide, you'll see a depiction of how the large urban districts stacked up. You'll see here that the School District of Philadelphia had the fastest or best rebound performance, followed by Los Angeles. And you'll see several other school districts listed here. And on the next slide, you'll see that the Chicago Public Schools had the best rebound performance, recovery performance in 3rd through 8th grade reading, followed by the School District of Philadelphia, which was followed by San Diego, Los Angeles, Milwaukee in that order, and ultimately Atlanta. Very proud of that hard work, strategic work of the school district. Thank you. On the next slide, I want to highlight how we're doing relative to the board's goals and guardrails specific to PSSA and Keystone Performance. Quickly, I'll just note that over the past 2 years, under our strategic plan, Accelerate Philly, student attendance has increased, the 4-year graduation rate has increased, the number of kids who drop out of schools in grades 7 through 12 has decreased considerably, and the district increased performance in 9 out of 13 areas. The number of students with regular attendance, those students who attend school 90% or more, increased by some 3,500 young people, and that's really significant. The number of students who dropped out of school has decreased by more than 1,400 students. Very important for a couple of reasons. First, kids who drop out of school don't have the same bright futures as kids, young people who get a high school diploma and get an industry certification, learn to participate in the building trades, or get a 2-year or 4-year degree. They don't have as good a health insurance, they don't live as long, and dropouts, not just in Philadelphia, but about this country, dropping out of school is a life or death issue. Additionally, according to a Neubauer Family Foundation report in 2017-2018 timeframe, we learned that the cost to the city of Philadelphia and to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for every child that drops out of school is $405,000. When we multiply $405,000 by some 4,000 kids who on average drop out any given year in the city, this is really important, and so we're sure pleased to see that number being reduced by 1,400 students. And we also understand, Mr. President, that we have a long way to go and a lot of work to do to get down to zero. The percentage of our 3rd grade students who've scored proficient or advanced in reading on the PSSA exam has increased by 6.2 percentage points. Percentage of 3rd through 8th grade students, the percentage of 3rd grade students scoring proficient in 3rd grade math has increased by 6.6 percentage points. The percentage of our 3rd through 8th grade students scoring proficient in math or at advanced level has increased by 5.5 percentage points, and the number of students passing the NACTE, which is the Career Technical Education exam that many students take nationally, has increased by 13.5 percentage points. These increases can be attributed to the laser-like focus by our Board of Education and its goals and guardrails, as well as the district's conditions for success, where the board receives a report every month on our student regular attendance rate, our regular teacher attendance rate, and the number of dropouts. Slide, please. The slide you see currently, President Johnson and council members, is what we refer to as our district spotlight. Our Research and Accountability Department produces this. It illustrates the district's progress relative to the board's goals and guardrails. On the left-hand side, I know you may not be able to see the screen very well, but it shows school year 23-24, and school year 22-23 on the left, and on the right-hand side, you'll see school year 23-24. With the green, yellow, and red dots, you are quickly able to see three things. A green dot means we're moving in the right direction. A yellow dot means that we are flat. And a red dot means that we are moving in the wrong direction. You'll see in school year 22-23, the district has 10 out of 13 green dots. In school year 23-24, you'll see 9 out of 13 green dots. Each school has their own respective spotlight, just like this district spotlight. And this ensures that every school community is on improving the same outcomes. Slide, please. This slide, Mr. President and council members, shows our district enrollment over the past 10 years. I am pleased to share again that for the first time in a decade, the School District of Philadelphia released enrollment data sometime earlier in the month, showing that the district-operated schools increased its enrollment by 1,841 students. Also want to note that the enrollment for this school year is now in the district-operated schools is 117,956 students based on the October 1 snapshot. One of the board members referenced earlier that there are nearly 200,000 children that the Board of Education has responsibility for. They are all our children. Approximately 60% of the children in the school in Philadelphia are in the district-operated schools, and approximately 40% of the children in the School District of Philadelphia are in our charter schools. Over the past year, student enrollment increased in the district-operated schools in our neighborhood high schools. Our enrollment in the district-operated schools increased in our criteria-based high schools. I was so pleased to see that it wasn't one or the other, but both. And our student district enrollment increased in 10 out of 15 of the geographic regions or learning networks, as well as the Opportunity Network. The significant improvement that is occurring across the school district and our schools is a testament again to the hard and strategic work of teachers, principals, and school-based staff, certainly, and to the Board of Education, which monitors our progress and holds us accountable for driving faster improvement toward its goals and guardrails. As we continue to accelerate achievement, we are thrilled that more families are choosing the School District of Philadelphia, and we certainly are working hard so that this trend continues. Slide, please. Other improvements I want to note, Mr. President, members of councils. First, I want to note our teacher fill rate over the past 3 years has improved each year. As of today, for the school year 24-25 school year, we have more than 8,000 positions filled, which places at a teacher fill rate of 97%, as compared to 96% the previous year and 95% the previous year before that. This is really, really significant when we consider the fact that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the number of teachers who are graduating from our public and private universities across the Commonwealth has decreased by 71% over the past 8 years. That's a much greater decline than the national average, which is closer to 50%. So as we continue to hire emergency certified teachers, emergency licensed teachers, that tells us that we have to double down on our efforts to support them because they're working hard and doing their absolute very best. And we certainly thank them for that. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Wait, 2 questions. Have you increased pay for incoming certified teachers? Increased the salary?
Yes, sir. The salaries, the Board of Education approved a 1-year extension to the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers contract last year, which I believe was a 5%, if I'm right, Mr. President. I'll remind you, Council, Mr. President, that this year we are negotiating 3 labor contracts: teachers union, principals union, and school police officers union.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide. I'm pleased to also report that over the past 3 years, the number of schools with inadequate air conditioning system, such that on hot weather days we have to release our young people early, has dropped nearly in half, from 118 to 58. In the current board-approved capital improvement plan, there are cooling projects scheduled at 24 additional schools. Of the 58 schools remaining with inadequate cooling, 13 schools have an HVAC or AC system, need for a new HVAC or air conditioning system, which represents a total spend of about $295.15 million. And all schools need an electrical upgrade for the installation of 24 installation of air conditioning units in instructional spaces, representing a total cost of $59.3 million.
Excuse me, say that number again, please.
Yes, sir. Of the 58 schools with inadequate cooling, 13 schools need an HVAC or AC system.
13 schools
need a complete...
Need an HVAC system, correct?
Or HVAC and/or AC system, which represents a $295.15 million spend.
$295 million?
Yes, sir. 11 schools, Mr. President, need an electrical upgrade for the installation of window units in the instructional spaces, and that is a cost of $59.3 million.
So basically $59 million for electrical upgrades and $295 million for HVAC.
Correct. And we have Deputy Superintendent Oz Hill here, should you want.
I'm trying to let you get through your presentation, but I want you to provide for the chair and members of council, if you could provide where those schools are located throughout the city of Philadelphia, what councilmatic districts, that would be very helpful, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll get that to you subsequent to this presentation. Yes, sir, Mr. President. Again, I want to commend Deputy Superintendent Oz Hill and that operations team and our Chief Operations Officer. And I want to recognize her. I did not see her earlier. Ms. Teresa Fleming, our Chief Operations Officer. It's very good to see you, Madam COO. And I think we can applaud. She's a... next slide. Council members, now that you've seen where we've been, I would like to share a bit about where we are headed. On this slide, you will see that the district will focus on 3 key areas this year and as we go into the next year. Accelerate academic achievement. We've got a major charge from the Board of Education to put the foot on the gas and accelerate. So we're going to do that by investing in our teachers and leaders and giving them the best professional development so they can do their jobs as best they can. And second, I'm pleased that last year we launched a new math curriculum, illustrative math, this year across the entire district. This year we launched a new English language arts curriculum, expeditionary learning, and study sync with novels. And next year we'll launch a new science curriculum under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent Jermaine Dawson, Dr. Jermaine Dawson. Second, we are laser focused on improving our customer service score by expanding a district two-way communication system that lets parents, that allows us to track every phone call, every email, every message, every piece of correspondence from parents or the community or others. And we track how long it takes us to respond. We also give our constituents an opportunity to give us a feedback score. And I'll say more about that in just a moment. I want to thank our Chief of Communications and Customer Service, Alexandra Coppage, for her leadership in that regard. Third, we will partner with families, our parents and families. By earlier this year, we reorganized the district in a budget-neutral manner, Mr. President. Did not increase the operating cost of the district. We relocated district leaders, our assistant superintendents, and resources into 15 geographic regions across the city. And in the early part of the next year, we will relaunch Parent and Family University, and we will drive faster improvement on the mayor's initiative to, as we continue to build out the 20 district pilot schools. And we will also drive on the mayor's priority related to the City College for Municipal Employment in partnership with our parents and families. Slide, please. Did you want me to pause there, Mr. President?
Excuse me, say it again.
Did you want me to pause there or keep going?
Oh, no, keep going.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
These are the geographic learning new maps that we launched this school year, which are, you will see that on the far left, you will see we have 11 elementary and middle school learning networks. In the center, you will see that we have 3 neighborhood high school networks. And on the far right, you'll see that we have 1 citywide high school networks for some of our criteria-based and specialty high schools. And they all have a respective assistant superintendent who has an office inside of these parts of the city so that we can put the resources close to the parents. If parents need to get in touch with the district, they don't always have to come to one of the school board meetings. They can get access to district leaders in their respective communities as we seek to serve our parents and families better and place the resources closer to home. We're also working to decrease the travel time for our assistant superintendents who supervise these schools and to increase our engagement with grassroots organizations, our faith-based organizations, and accelerate academic improvement. In phase 1 in August, the learning networks were created. Now, we created these networks based on geographic natural boundaries like rivers, major roadways, train lines, and with attention to the current catchment areas. In phase 2, as we move throughout the year, we will actually repurpose and reallocate additional people resources from the Dr. Constance E. Clayton Education Center, formerly known as 440, into the learning networks. In addition, schools that were previously in the innovation and acceleration networks will receive ongoing support under the updated learning network structure. This framework allows the district to enhance support across critical areas, including operations, professional learning, talent acquisition, special education, serving diverse learners, student support services, fostering a positive climate, and facilitating stronger and better parent engagement. Slide, please. I'm really pleased to share with you, Mr. President and council members, this slide. This slide represents our two-way communications initiative entitled Let's Talk. If you go to the district website, you'll see it front and center on the main page. During the listening and learning tour in the summer of 2022, we heard frustration from parents, family members, and others about their concerns, questions, and issues that we were not always timely in addressing their concerns or returning phone calls or emails. And we knew we needed to make some changes and to be more timely. Last school year, in an effort to improve customer service, the district launched a new, convenient way for families, students, and staff and community members to engage with the district via this new platform entitled Let's Talk. Let's Talk tracks all inbound communications to the school district, whether it is electronic note, email, phone call, and the like. to provide, and our community has a chance to provide a customer service score after they interact, just like you might when you take your car to the dealership to get it serviced or some other area of service. This was piloted last school year in my office as well as the Board of Education offices, and it slowly expanded across the district office. Now this initiative has been launched in all of the district-operated schools as well as all the offices at the district office. As of this month, to date, we have received more than 20,166 inquiries, whether that's phone call, written messages, et cetera. And our response time is just over 3 days, 3.2 days. The gold standard is 24 to 48 hours. We're not there yet. And our feedback score for the 20,000 plus inquiries to date is 8.9 out of a average scale of 10 on customer service. I want to thank Chief Alexandra Coppage, Deputy Chief Monique Braxton, our district spokesperson, and all the members of the communications team for that leadership. Slide, please. As the mayor mentioned and President Streeter and board members mentioned, the board directed that the superintendent and staff get the facilities plan completed. And before I get to that, let me just make a note with family engagement. We are going to relaunch Parent Family University in the spring. We'll continue to, we are going to launch a parent and guardian advisory council, just like we have a teacher's advisory council, a principal advisory council, and a student advisory council that meets on a monthly basis. We'll be staffing that up. And the third family engagement opportunity that I want to note is that under the leadership of our communications department, in 2025, we are going to launch an app, a family app, so parents can go straight to their cell phones and communicate with the district. All right. Big shoes, Chief Coppage, so get ready.
No, don't give her a hand, give her a raise.
Okay. All right. I think the board president is listening. Slide, please. The mayor, the board president, and board members referenced Phase 8 of the facilities plan, and the board directed that the superintendent and staff complete Phase 8 and get a recommendation to some recommendations to President Streeter and the board by the close of the next year, and we are on course to do just that, and we intend to deliver. Before I talk about the timeline moving forward, Mr. President, I want to acknowledge, as the mayor did, some pain points, quite frankly, from our past, and to reiterate what Mayor Parker stated relative to what we learned from the past. To a bit of context, in 2012, the district was facing an imminent $1.3 billion budget deficit. And accordingly, Superintendent Dr. Bill Hite and the Board of Education had some really tough decisions to make fairly quickly. In issues not caused by their actions, but they certainly had to have a response. So the district closed a number of schools, I believe totally 30 in total, and I think the mayor referenced 24 or so in the first year. Now, the closures saved the district $24 million annually, but these closures also had significant impacts, including declining test scores for the displaced students in the closed schools and declining attendance rates for the students in the closed schools. We also know from research from the University of Pennsylvania and Research for Action that for the schools where our young people were moved to, they also experienced some declines in academics. So from these experiences, we've learned some valuable lessons that we can apply this time. Our current approach aims to prioritize creating the best conditions for improved student achievement, learning, use comprehensive data. We have a comprehensive data warehouse that will be completed by the first of the year, to engage transparently with our community, and to repurpose buildings to better support our communities. Slide, please. There are a number of community engagement opportunities being provided across the city under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent Oz Hill. And so you may have seen this slide if you visited any of those community conversations. Through Phase 8 of the facilities planning process, we look to address the challenges of our district facility, which are twofold. Number one, the average age of our school facilities is 73 years. A number are more than 120 years or older. Number two, we've got a really significant problem with under-enrolled and over-enrolled schools, and we've got to address that. So through the planning process, we look to develop a plan that achieves the following desired outcomes. We heard the mayor earlier talk about the need for safe, modern, and 21st century schools. I heard her say we can't do it on the cheap. I heard her talk about playgrounds, recreation centers, health facilities, nurses and counselors and music teachers and the like being in our schools. And absolutely, that's the vision of the Board of Education for us to create the conditions to improve academic achievement, for us to be in a position to provide those rigorous academic offerings that the mayor referenced, to provide more pre-K across the city, to provide better and higher quality arts, music, and physical education in alignment with the board's goals and guardrails, and to enhance the career and technical education opportunities in the district, available across the district. We know to do this, we must maximize the use of school buildings, and certainly as we better utilize our resources, we will be able to be in a position to offer algebra in all of our middle schools or middle grade bands. We'll be in a position to offer more advanced placement or international baccalaureate or dual enrollment opportunities in our high schools and the like. Slide, please. Before I go further, I do want to note that the district-operated schools have space for some 180,000 students, and at present, we have more than 117,000 children in the schools. Now, I also want to note that for the first time, this 1,841 new student addition could likely grow each year, so we need to be mindful of that as well. But we still have a gap that we have to address and attend to. This slide shows the work that's been occurring from August through the current end of the year. This month, I also want to note that we've launched the Facilities Planning, Listening, and Learning Tour under the leadership of Colonel Hill. We've extended an invitation to all internal and external stakeholders to apply to be a part of a facilities planning advisory group. There are a total of 10. This is in addition to the advisory that the mayor mentioned that she is pulling together over the next few weeks. We've kicked off a facilities planning process project team. We've shared the public survey with all students, families, and school-based central office staff, as well as extended external stakeholders like elected officials and community partners. Slide, please. And this next slide shows you the work that will occur between January of 2025 and the conclusion of Phase 8 in December of 2025. We're very pleased, as directed by the board, to be in a position to bring this facilities planning process, Phase 1 through Phase 8, to a conclusion by December of the next year, of 2025. So as we look to the months ahead, we will continue to engage with our community, work with our project team and advisory groups, and provide updates. And to be clear, as the mayor referenced earlier, we will look forward in the fall to bring to President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, and members of the Board of Education some final plan recommendations that will include, after a robust engagement process and review of the data, a plan that will include, one, what schools in the district we recommend to the board be co-located. Two, what schools in the district we recommend to the board be renovated, rebuilt or built anew? 3, which schools in the district we recommend ought to be repurposed? The mayor talked about several possibilities for repurposing buildings, and that will certainly be one of the options we bring forward to the Board of Education. And we'll also bring recommendations to the board relative to 4, which schools ought to be closed, because as the mayor said, they are antiquated and it's too expensive to restore responsively. I also want to note that all of these resources, this chart as well as the previous chart, are posted on the district website. Slide, please. I do want to note that the facilities planning process has a robust project team, which is comprised of local community, education, nonprofit, faith-based, and business leaders. After extending an invitation to the Philadelphia community to apply, we've already filled many of the slots on several of the advisory groups, and we will fill all the remaining spots on the remaining advisory groups before the close of this month. Those advisories include, and I also want to note, I believe our City Education Committee, City Council Education Chair and Council Whip, Councilmember Thomas is a part of that project team, so thank you for your service, sir. Relative to the advisories, the 10 advisories include our business and community partners, elected and government officials. This is in addition to Council Member Thomas's participation on the project team, Parent Advisory Council, School Leader Advisory Council, School Support Staff Advisory, Student Advisory Council, Registered Community Organizations and Community Leaders Advisory, a Teacher Advisory Council, Technical Experts Advisory, and Union Representatives Advisory. And we look forward to naming the members of all of the remaining seats by the close of this month. And again, we look forward to the mayor naming the intergovernmental committee that she referenced to you, President Johnson, to also advise her and the board on this process. Next slide, please. To date, our community engagement, which is being led by Colonel Oz Hill, our Deputy Superintendent of Deputy Superintendent of Operations. I want to be clear, Dr. Dawson has the academic side, he has the operations side. But they work so closely together, sometimes it just kind of comes together. There'll be a foundation, the community engagement is the foundation of that 8-phase process that Colonel Hill is leading. And we want to hear from our school communities and engage the public at large. We want you to Philadelphians to have to slept under a rock, not to have known what's going on over the course of the next year. So we want to thank our communications team for making sure to widely publicize this. And we're making a concerted effort to get to as many people as we can. From October until the close of the year, we will have offered a total of 32 community conversations where anyone can come and share their thoughts, questions, or concerns. Additionally, we extended an invitation for the public to more deeply engage in the process by serving on one of the 10 advisories. And there's also a survey that under the leadership of Dr. Wolford that's being shared so that our city and communities can provide their feedback. I want to make sure everybody's at the table. Slide, please. As I shared, we continue to invite the community to attend facilities planning community conversations. On the slide here, you can see the next 4 community conversations are in-person or virtual and will occur on December 11 and 18, as well as December 9 and December 10. And we certainly look forward to as many people in the city who desire to participate. More information is available on the district website. Slide, please. We're also encouraging citizens and community members across the city of Philadelphia to take a survey. The survey to give their feedback about the facilities planning process. On November 25th, this survey launched to provide students, families, staff, and community members with an additional opportunity to provide to provide feedback on the facilities planning process. And again, we'll keep that survey open and for the time being, and we want to get as many responses as possible. Lastly, Mr. President, on the next slide, I want to provide to you and council a brief update on fiscal year 26 budget development. And I promise to do this expeditiously. We're nearly halfway through the fiscal year, and we're kicking off the budget development process for fiscal year 26. Absolutely want to begin by saying thank you to the mayor and to you, Council President, and all the members of council.
Sir. Yes.
For not just 240, but upwards of $250 million in additional funding over the next 5 years. We want to give you guys a round of applause for that.
The members.
Your investment in the district is invaluable, and as an employee of the board, we say a very sincere thank you. Second, speaking of the board, I want to, on the next slide, I want to publicly again applaud the board and the district for making academic gains while maintaining very tight financial controls. Under this Board of Education's leadership and the previous board, since day one, my administration has been focused on financial discipline and robust internal controls. Over the last 6 months, we've received 2 credit upgrade ratings. In May, Fitch Ratings upgraded the district's long-term bond rating to investment grade for the first time in the district's history. And in October, Moody's upgraded us to our highest level in 4 decades. I continue to learn all the details about that very important process from our CFO, Mike Hirschman, as well as board member Joan Stern, who knows that area exceedingly well. And I had a chance to learn more from her as I attended as her guest to the PA Society, and I was very thankful for that. Those upgrades came on the heels of rating outlook upgrades in the previous year. These organizations cited the work of leadership and governance and improved financial positions due in part to the availability of federal relief grant funds. They did note, however, that as those federal dollars sunsetted in September, it will be incumbent upon the Commonwealth and the City of Philadelphia to continue moving towards funding adequacy in order to mitigate the impacts of looming future budget deficits. For more than a decade consecutively, the district has had an unmodified or clean audit opinions on its financial statement audit and no material findings, while winning financial reporting awards from the Government Finance Officers Association and the Association of School Business Officials International. Additionally, the district has been designated as low risk for federal audits due to strong internal financial controls, and the grant compliance function has been held up as an exemplar by both the U.S. Department of Education and the Pennsylvania Department of Education. I recall receiving a call in the past year from folks in Puerto Rico, as a matter of fact, about the district. And then finally, fiscal responsibility and good stewardship continues to be a primary goal of the administration.
Thank you, sir. Very thorough. Thank you for doing your due diligence as well. I have a couple brief questions, and I'm going to release the chair to the chair of education, Councilmember Thomas. I know a couple members said, well, we might want to, and some of the staff out there said that they might want to get something to eat, but we want to dig right into this. We want to work. If anybody feel the need to step out and get a bite to eat and come back, I think that'll be okay. But the chair of education said it would be appropriate for us to at least do a round off the top of you both giving your presentations. And so I'm going to delve right into it. When I commend you on those key areas, the spotlights that were mentioned in terms of increasing performance in the 9 out of the 13 areas, I just want to know, it's listed 6 areas, so I want to know what areas 7, 8, and 9 are. And then out of that 13, the other 4 areas that we didn't increase in.
9 out of 13 areas is the correct number. I apologize if we have a typo.
No, that's
there.
correct. You're correct when you say 9 out of 13, correct. But the paperwork has 6 listed, which means there's another 3 that isn't listed.
Let me tell you the areas where we are most concerned about. While we're pleased with the improvements in grades 3 through 8, math, 3rd grade reading, 3rd grade math, which is part of the board's goals and guardrails, Where we have a lot of work to do, and I want to transparently say, we are not getting better to date. In fact, we're going in the wrong direction, is in Algebra 1. We're going to turn that around by having some different investment in our teachers who teach math, particularly new teachers and teachers who don't have have not had the benefit of a teacher education program, emergency certification, et cetera. We're going to invest in high-impact tutoring, and we've launched a best-in-class math curriculum. That, in tandem with other areas, will lend itself to improved performance in algebra.
So they are within the other, the 4 to 13 areas.
Yes.
That's the 4 areas that you're focusing on that needs improvement, correct?
Correct. Another area that we need to work on is while third grade reading has improved, we're seeing faster improvement in third and fourth grade reading, but when we get higher in the higher grades, 7th and 8th grade, we're not seeing that same progress. So we need to stay the course so that over time we improve from 3 through 8. And then third, one of those areas that was not improved is our average regular teacher attendance dropped by 1/10 of 1 percentage point, but it's not a green dot, so and it decreased from, I believe, 84.5 to 84.4 or something like that, very closely.
And just want to talk numbers regarding the school district's budget. We know that local tax revenues are up right now, pretty much 77 million from the initial projection and the projected fund balance you will have of 728 million. So I want to know, how will these unexpected funds be allocated to address the current deficit and other priorities?
I'd like to invite our CFO, Mike Hirschman, to the dais to talk specifically about that. As Chief Hirschman comes to the dais, I do want to note those 5 major areas referenced in Accelerate Philly. We intend to use those dollars to drive faster improvement in those areas. I also want to note that the cost for the district will significantly increase, in part because of, one, increases in salaries and benefits. Most school districts are people intense, and those benefits and annual salaries will go up over time. And a second driver are charter payments that the Board of Education is required to make. Chief Herbstman.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. And for the record, Mike Herbstman, Chief Financial Officer for the school district. So we have recently allocated some of those additional funds that we received recently for areas including extracurricular activities, which we recently announced that we've increased, as well as funding for some of our local organizations that have helped to identify and connect our students experiencing homelessness with services that they're in need of. I would also note for the record that even with some increases we've seen recently, we are projecting in the current year a deficit of about $65.6 million in our operating budget. So a portion, as we see new funds come in, do go towards that current year deficit, as well as the more substantial deficit that we see on the horizon as the federal funds have sunset.
Also, you got 171 million increase in real estate tax revenue, and also 18.16 million in the use of occupancy tax. How do you utilize that as well?
With those, we're still projecting that revenue, that deficit overall of about the $65.6 million this year. That's included in our assumptions.
And so my numbers have you have an $80 million deficit this year and a $400 million deficit coming up on FY26, correct?
It's a little higher than that for next year. It's right now at about 442 million. We're
442 for next year?
Yes.
And when you
And
say
Mr. President, if I can ask them to advance to the next slide, if you'll go back, Ms. Grabash, 2 slides, it will show the 5-year trend.
Okay. Out of that 14 million, 14 million we gave to the district this year, is that subtracted from the 80 million deficit?
So that includes all of the revenue we received from the city this year in these numbers here.
Point of information by the Chair of Education.
I'm sorry, real quick. So we talk, for those who don't know, the school district is required to do a quarterly meeting with City Council where we go over the finances of the district and talk about the economic health of the district. In our last dialogue, we did look at an $80 million deficit, but I thought the $80 million deficit was the number that was based on where we were financially before we seen some of the revenue that came back from the city. Shouldn't that number be lower based on the extra revenue that the city has collected this year that we didn't necessarily anticipate collecting?
So at that point, I believe we were already anticipating most of that revenue. It has decreased a little bit to a deficit of about $65.6 million.
That matters a lot to this body, right? So I want you to go ahead and do that victory lap, and I want this legislative body to do that victory lap, because when we leave here today, for us, it makes a huge difference for that deficit to be $66 million instead of $80 million, and I do give you credit for that as well, too, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had one last question before I relinquish the Chair of Education. So me and my colleagues and I are reviewing Project 2025, right? And it was kind of hokey pokey during the last election, and kind of like, what is this? Is it real? And it pretty much can become a reality regarding the abolishing of the Department of Education, right? So we're going to take it at face value. Are we strategizing to mitigate any event that it does happen? And then we also know federal fundings are going away. Do we have any plans and strategies to address it? And then also, as a convening we had with some other members of City Council, and members of the state legislators and members of Congress, we also talked about how any event that we have to address the issue of immigration and the deportation of immigrants here in the city of Philadelphia. One of the key areas is the significant impact on children who attend our public school system, and do we have a strategy to address that in the event that happens under the leadership of Councilmember Drew Landau?
Absolutely.
And Councilmember Dr. Nina Amine.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I will invite President Streeter to speak on behalf of the board, because the board has it on its radar, this issue, and I believe issued a resolution relative to our students and their well-being, and I will follow President Streeter from the district's response.
Yes, so thank you. This question is a question that definitely the board is engaged on, keeps us up late at night. I think in 2020 or 2021, the board passed a resolution as it relates to the school district and what happens if federal agencies come in and try to enforce or to pull students out of the school if they are assumed to be undocumented immigrants. And I will say this: the board takes seriously its role in protecting students. This resolution is on the books. It directs the superintendent to create a process as well to how our school-based staff can engage with federal officials if they come through. That guidance is also guided by our Office of General Counsel. And then I want to actually ask Board Member Chow Wing Lam to kind of speak to the importance of the resolution. My understanding is that you are an immigrant yourself, and I'll give her a chance to speak on this.
Thank you. So the resolution that was passed by the board in 2022 still stands. In absence of passing a new resolution, we still back the resolution that was passed. I speak here because I do know a little bit of the struggle of being a non-native born citizen here in the US, and it's important that all of our families feel safe. There are approximately 20% of students at the school district who speak a home language other than English, whose families may come from other parts of the world, who do have concerns. And as of right now, the expectation is when they're in a school district building, they will be safe.
Mr. President, may I just also add very briefly that on the administration side, working under the leadership of the Board of Education, we are actively working with the Council for Great City Schools and the American Association of School Administrators to stay abreast of the contents of Project 2025, as well as monitoring the events with the transitions with the president-elect, and particularly around the U.S. Department of Education. As you may recall, the Council for Great City Schools is an organization 2 blocks from the White House that represents 78 urban and large school districts across the country. We're very fortunate in the School District of Philadelphia because President Emeritus Wilkerson serves on the executive council for that body. Also, I participate in a monthly meeting with superintendents across the country. I believe President Streeter does the same with his counterparts across the country. Relative to the resolution President Streeter referenced, the administration will fully and completely comply with the contents of that resolution. We're working with the general counsel in the school district, as well as under leadership of Dr. Dawson and all of our principals to have plans in place well in advance of 20 January, and we'll have more to share in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you. And then also just in terms of the funding strategy to mitigate any event that there's a significant impact on our school district from a funding standpoint, any strategies to mitigate a shift in policy from the feds?
Do you want to go first, sir? I think that, was your question, would there be need for financial resources?
We know it's going to be need, but what are we strategizing and doing on a district level
I think
in response?
I think the immediate thing that we're focused on is, per the Board of Education's resolution, should officials show up in schools to either target students who are undocumented or for whatever reason are targeted by ICE, to make sure that A, we clearly know the district protocols as directed by the board, B, that we comply in an appropriate manner consistent with the letter and spirit of the board resolution.
And Council President, definitely hear your question. We're not trying to be evasive, but right now we have no idea what the next administration is going to do. Every day there's a new thing that's taken back, put on the table as it relates, whether there's going to be a Department of Education. Well, apparently there's someone who's going to be appointed to lead it.
Do we have a lobbyist on the federal government, on the federal level representing the city of Philadelphia around these particular matters? I know you just mentioned we have representatives on the Council of Great Schools, and I know you also sit on the board, but just the political aspect as well. Who from the working with the feds?
So Joyce Wilkerson, I'm going to ask her to come up and speak to this issue. She understands this issue very discreetly and can tell you how we're partnering with the Council of Great City Schools, and can definitely answer these questions in a more substantive way.
Joyce, just state your name for the record officially and then go ahead.
Joyce Wilkerson, member of the board. As was mentioned, I also serve on the executive committee of the Council of Great City Schools that's been around for over 65 years. The council works in a bipartisan way, and so has relationships on the Hill as well as relationships with a number of education advocacy organizations. And they are doing a deep dive on what we might anticipate coming up. There's a reconciliation bill that's moving through Congress that has to be adopted by the end of the year. We don't expect to see major cuts then, so we're watching carefully to see what we might anticipate going forward. The guidance is that Project 2025 probably has some of the details of what we can expect going forward, and so we're asking districts across the country to identify so that they can speak with their legislative officials about what potential cuts might mean. So we're working aggressively, organizing in an effort to forestall any cuts, or at least minimize the nature of the cuts.
Mr. President, may I also note that the Council of Great City Schools that President Emeritus Wilkerson is referring to will actually hold its national conference in Philadelphia next October for the first time since 1967. And we're sure pleased with that. Secondly, under the leadership of our Chief of Staff, Sarah Galbally, who, as you recall, is the former Policy Secretary to Governor Tom Wolf, we have a very strong group of government relations folks who are supported by a lobbyist group that is very focused on local, state, and federal government relations.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Last question, Mr. Streeter.
Yes, sir.
What's on all of our minds today, this week? Proposed 76ers Arena. Y'all just took a vote. Just give us for the record the proposal in front of Philadelphia School District, the vote, the position that the school board has taken regarding this particular project.
Yes, so just as a reminder to those who are not, who need a reminder, the board voted on at our November 25th action meeting, Council President.
It's a pilot, correct, for the record?
Yeah, we voted on amending the current boundaries of the gallery at Market East Increment Financing, also known as TIF. The procedural requirements require that the Board of Education consider this action in advance of City Council holding its next public hearing on the matter. What's important to note is the Board of Education's understanding and what we were told by council internally and by the presentation that was done by people from the mayor's team, including Mr. DeBow, that should the deal not go through, we'll go back to the status quo, which is the current TIF that is on the Fashion District.
Do you know how much the current TIF is that represents the status quo, just for the record?
I don't know off the record, but we'll definitely get back to you in writing. But I do know that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me ask Joan Stern. I got my squad here.
She did the last deal.
Let me. Joan Stern. Thank you so much. Thank you. I forgot.
Well, you're used to this, Mr. President.
Yes. How you doing today, Ms. Stern? State your name for the record, and please
For the
respond.
record, I'm Joan Stern. I'm a member of the Board of Education. We were asked, pursuant to the state tax increment financing statute, as the other taxing authority in the TIF district, because our governing body approved joining the TIF district in 2015 in order to remove 2 parcels from the TIF district so that you lucky folks could get the opportunity to decide about the location of the arena. We were asked to approve amending the TIF district to remove those 2 parcels from the district. We did consent to that. We adopted a resolution consenting to the amendment. The state statute requires that we do that before City Council considers what to do with that same amendment of the TIF district, because it is the primary taxing authority in that district. So if those parcels were removed, they could then become the site for the 76ers Arena, which is an economic development decision, which is solely within the purview of the city. And this council would have to consider ordinances allowing for the creation of a site for the arena. So that's what we did.
Do you know the current amount of the current pilot in any event that it moves forward?
If this moves forward and the council decides to approve the site, and the Sixers affiliate transfers the site to the city, it will become subject to a mandatory pilot payment required by the state tax reform code based on the cost of the project, the construction cost, which is all to be financed by non-public funds, as we understand the current proposal.
My question was, did you know the cost of the actual pilot now versus in the event that the actual proposal moves forward? That's all.
We know what the current tax increment revenues are.
How much
and
is
we
that?
can provide that to you.
Okay.
I myself do not have that information with me.
Yes, ma'am.
But we can ask the administrator of the TIF district to
Okay.
provide that information to your office.
All right. I mean,
Yeah.
I just wanted to get it from the board perspective.
Yeah, there are tax revenues currently being received which go into the tax increment reserve fund and pay the debt service.
Yes, ma'am.
But I will ask that you be provided with the original projections and the current revenues, because this was created before COVID, and there has been a decline in retail revenue in the TIF district, which I'm sure all of you are aware of.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stern.
you're very welcome, sir.
And Chairman Streeter, just for the record, what was the vote count?
I actually want to get the answer to the question. I believe Chief
Sure.
might have the data, and then I'll answer the question.
Point of information, Ms. Lewandowne? Go ahead, Mike.
For the Fashion District TIF, the initial base amount is $829,000. What is going into the TIF fund currently is about $1.07 million annually, and that would be reduced if this were to go forward to a revised base amount of about $596,000 instead of $829,000.
And if it does move forward, how much additional revenue will be provided to the Philadelphia School District?
So that varies by year. In the near term, the total amounts per year would be lower by about $1 million. If you look at the remaining, would be lower by $855,000 in the first year, $927,000 the following year. As you look in the out years, once the stadium is in operation, our total tax revenues would increase over the course of the 11 years remaining on the TIF. The total increase across those years would be about $5.8 million.
So 5.8 million. Okay.
And to be clear, that is inclusive of real estate, UNO, liquor, and the TIF assumptions.
So it'll be a slight decrease initially, and then after it's up for operation, you'll actually see an increase in
Yes.
additional revenue to the school district
That's based on city projections.
on projections. Okay, just wanted to hear that clarified for the record, because we have a lot of different perspectives when individuals come down here. Chair recognizes Councilmember Thomas.
Mr. CFO, real quick before you go, are those numbers you just communicated based on the current TIF, or are those projections based on the change in the TIF that you voted on recently?
So the original projections, the initial base of 829,000 is based on the current TIF, but those numbers that we quoted in terms of the decreases in the upcoming years and the final total increase over the 12-year TIF is all based on the total amounts. Or sorry, the difference between the total under the build and no build scenarios.
So, Mr. Chairman of Education is going to clarify for the record the amount of revenue. Go ahead, sir.
So I just wanted to and I don't want to interrupt the council president's line of question, but real quick, I think that the point that the council president is trying to make is that the anticipated revenue, hypothetically speaking, if the project were to pass, would show an increase as it relates to the amount of money that goes to the district with the new TIF compared to the current TIF? I think that's the point of clarification I was trying to make. Would you agree with that?
Over 12 years, that it would, according to city projections, be up by about $5.8 million.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. Thank you, sir.
I want to clarify, if I may, Mr. President, since we were also assuming that if the arena were built, and the property was transferred to the city, so that it would have the same basic revenue production that properties in the sports district have. Because once the city owns land, it's not subject to any taxation because the city is exempt from all taxation. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that before the Spectrum was built. And that's still a ruling in the Commonwealth. So we were assuming that once they decided to donate the land to the city for a nominal amount and leased the land back from the city, the pilot would be payable for the entire term of its lease from the city, which would be 30 years, beyond the TIF term. And that was a key factor in our decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just wanted to contextualize that for you.
Yes, it's clarified. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Stern.
you.
Chairman Streeter?
Yes.
And just last, because we all are working on this every single day, just for the record, just give us the vote tally for that particular pilot.
It was 7-4 and two nays.
And just go on the record for the yays and the nays.
The yays were myself, Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews. It was also Board Member Whitney Jones. In addition to Whitney Jones, it was Board Member Crystal Cubbage, Board Member Cheryl Harper, and Joyce Wilkerson. The two nays were Board Member, and the final yay was Board Member Stern. The two nays were Board Member Chow Wing Lam and Board Member Wanda Novalis.
Ms. Lamb, could you take the stand, please? Ms. Novalis here? No. Just for the record, your no vote, could you expound upon your position?
Sure, absolutely.
Just for the record. And we're working on this, and we're discussing this issue amongst ourselves, and so members have an interest in.
Absolutely. At the time of the vote, I had only received the materials probably a week or so ahead of time, and there was a lot of material to digest. I simply wanted more time to understand the long-term ramifications for the School District of Philadelphia.
Okay, and when you say long-term ramifications, and I think Chairman Thomas just clarified with finance person Mike, I don't want to be too casual by saying, is Michael correct? The finance director for the district, that in the overall, in the long run, you'll make more revenue to support the children of the city of Philadelphia than currently. But give me your perspective on long-term, how you think it has an impact on the school district.
Sure, absolutely. So I think that there's a couple of things to consider. There was the build, no build comparison of what happens with a new arena, without a new arena. But what I didn't see information about was what happens with an arena with different negotiated numbers or terms. So for instance, the build, no build took into effect based on current negotiations, and there were certain anomalies that I saw in the numbers. For example, the comparison assumed that there would be $4.2 million of increased liquor sales in the build scenario versus the no-build scenario, but if they existed in the current arena, I don't see what the difference would be in liquor sales at the current arena versus the new arena. There were just oddities like that that I wanted more time to digest, and I wanted to make sure that the city of Philadelphia is getting the best possible deal on this.
The best, and in your mind, what would you think would be the best possible deal?
I think that the terms of the, I'm no economic development expert, but I do understand that the negotiation currently is based on what was negotiated 20-plus years ago in a South Philly district that looks very different from the Center City district. So I think it would be unfair to have the same setup and arrangement be the status quo for the new developers, as opposed to taking into consideration the robustness and the liveliness of a Center City district, especially on land that the city is allowing, is owning and becomes tax-free. So I think overall, it's not just arena or no arena, it's what terms can we as a city of Philadelphia can say is fair for the long-term advantage of the children in our city, and which, by the way, when the arena opens, our 10-year-olds will be already graduated out, they'll be 20. So I personally voted no because of wanting to understand the long-term impact and wanting to increase the amount that's on the table for the foreseeable future.
Okay. And one last part. Who provided you the build, no build scenario? Who was that who presented to the board the build, no build scenario?
I believe I've been watching the hearings at City Council, and it was Mr. DeBoe and Mr. Rhodes from PIDC.
So did you all ever have an official presentation and walk you through the numbers and
Yes, the board received the
give you
presentation.
an idea overall, taking apart,
Yes, the board.
examining the CBA and the whole proposal for the area?
Well, the board received the presentation, and the way it was communicated to us was that this was not a vote for the arena, it was a vote for the TIF. And because the way that it was presented to the Board of Education, and understanding board members can have their different views, and we respect that, we're still just as
Absolutely.
united. After we took the vote at the communications from the Board of Education was that it saw this as opening a door for potential new revenues that were not available to our students, with an understanding that we're a historically underfunded school district, but also our focus on student achievement and understanding our role, which is that this Board of Education isn't mandated by the law to be the economic driving body of the city of Philadelphia. That's City Council and that's the mayor. So with that being kind of the backdrop, the board communicated its vote that night through our communication mechanisms as being as such.
And also, I do know part of some of the things that are proposed has an impact in terms of supporting young people through internships, and also job training opportunities overall. But I just wanting to get an idea of how you came up with the actual decision, the presentations behind it, how well informed the board was in terms of the actual details, because we're working on this 24/7 and doing our best to the best of our ability to address all issues and concerns and trying to get it right to the best of our ability, whether we move forward or not with it. And so that's my line of questioning. And so with that being said, the chair relinquishes his time to Chairman of Education, Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you, Council President.
Chairman Thomas, can I add something briefly to that last line of answering questions, real briefly?
Please do.
Just to FYI, the City Council President asked about who gave the presentation. It was we had a public presentation where everything you discussed was part of the conversation as it relates to, the year-round and things like that that are currently, and also that.
So when you say a public presentation, not official, let's sit the board members in a room like members of the city council are sat in a room and giving an overview of the details of the actual proposal that you were going to be.
Council President, there was a presentation to the board with where Mr. Rose.
Public or private? I'm just asking.
Mr. Rose and Mr. DeBoe about a week before.
Okay. All right, because before you just said it was a public.
There was though.
Okay,
There's
but
both.
there was also a private one, like y'all just in a room amongst yourselves, walking you through the vote you were about to take.
It was a presentation just to walk us through, but there was no deliberating. The board didn't make any decisions, nor opine whether or not it would vote yes or no, which makes it complicit with the Sunshine Act and things like that. Just want to put that on the record. I know there are certain individuals in the room who care a lot about that topic.
No, that's all right. Listen, this is not a big deal. I'm just trying to get clarity, transparency.
Yes,
but there was an actual meeting with Mr. DeBoe and whoever else with members of the board, right, separately, because we won't want to break the Sunshine Act, to say this is what the 76th place proposal looks like, so people can get an idea to build or not to build. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and it was only focused on the financial impact of the current status quo, which which been testified about is not meeting the expectations of when that TIF was approved, and then what potentially could happen with a build scenario as it relates to the TIF. We were not asked to opine or on the deal, but those issues, I got you.
But it was private presentations done to members of the board, correct?
Yes.
All right, just members charged me to ask these questions from a matter of transparency and just the process in general. So it's not a right or wrong answer. It's more information gathering, because we have a big decision that we have to make. And as much information that we have from all parties and stakeholders helps inform us of these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, sir.
The chair turns it over to the illustrious Chairman of Education, Mr. Isaiah Thomas.
Good afternoon. Similar to the Council President, I want to thank you all and your entire teams for being here. I know folks are a little restless and we want to take that break. So I would just ask that we all, as members, stick to some of the time limits, and I would ask that you all be as concise as possible in some of your answers so we can get through this first round. A couple of things on my end. You said that the board vote was a 7-2. I'm wondering, throughout the course of this year for this new board that has just been put in, has there been any votes that you've taken on any issues that have been like 5-4?
No.
Okay. Have you been given any legal advice as it relates to the recent decision that City Council made around approving 8 members as it relates to any possible liability issues that could be created if there were a 5-4 vote on a particular issue?
No.
Thank you. One of the issues we discuss every year around this time is the start date for school. We always push back on the idea of starting school before Labor Day. We listened to Dr. Watlington in his testimony talk about over $200 million in damage to facilities to specifically address temperature and climate. And while Dr. Watlington comes back to us every year with a detailed explanation as it relates to why he has to start school before Labor Day, while we comprehend, we often push back. For the start of the school year of 2024 and for the start of the school year of 2025, 2026, do you anticipate school starting before or after Labor Day?
Mr. Chairman, there is a diverse internal and external committee currently working on a draft calendar for the next 2 years for the following 2 school years. That diverse team is considering everything the short answer is premature to say, but the long story short, that committee under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent Dr. Jermaine Dawson is considering the impacts on student achievement, state law relative to the number of days and when schools can and cannot be in service, a very diverse holiday footprint across the district representing our diversity, and we'll be bringing a recommendation to President Streeter and the board sometime in early to mid 2025, and we'll be happy to keep you updated.
Yeah, so I want to go on the record as, again, encouraging us to start school after Labor Day until we address the facilities crisis. What happens far too often is we start school and it's often disrupted because of things that are beyond our control, like like issues related to climate and things of that capacity. So I did just want to put that on the record. In the second round, I'm going to do it.
Mr. Chairman, may I just note for the record that more than 16,000 Philadelphians have weighed in on a survey. Don't have the details of that because it's still out in the field, but we're getting a lot of input.
So
on
if
this topic.
15,000 say that we want to start school after Labor Day, is that enough?
We're going to defer to Dr. Dawson's capable leadership. I'm sure he'll do a good job.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. I'm just joking. In all seriousness, though, I'll get to the facility stuff afterwards, but I'm going to ask that in the midst of our break, I do want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Craig Johnson, who does an excellent job as it relates to his work and what he's charged with. Far too often, Mr. Johnson, who to no fault of his own or yours, Dr. Watlington, or yours, Board President Street, or pretty much anybody in this room, he has to communicate issues to myself and members of the Education Committee as it relates specifically to a school being evacuated to a condition of the building. That has happened far too often. I'm hoping that after the break, you can tell us how often does a school have to be evacuated because of a facilities-based issue that, again, is beyond your control, but also puts us in a position to disrupt education. I think that's something important for the general public to know. As you know, Dr. Watlington, since you've gotten here, I've screamed and cried about the facilities crisis. I believe that's the biggest concern that we have as a city. I think there's no other concern that's more important than public education. And when you look at the job of public education, I commend you and your team for the focus on academic progress, but it's hard for people to step into a building every day and get a quality education when they're worried about the infrastructure. And the infrastructure tells them something different than what we're seeing here, which is that we care about our children. So we'll dive into that when we come back from the break. Last question on my behalf. Local procurement is a really important thing for me. I'm sorry, let me take a step back. We talked about facilities. I do want to give a special thank you to Dr. Oz Hill as well, too. He inherited one of the toughest jobs that anybody can inherit in all of government, and he's been handling it in stride. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. Local procurement is something that's been really important to me, and working with our new CFO, we've been able to put us in a position to see some significant strides. When we first started this work together, less than 25% of all school district contracts went to Philadelphia-based businesses. For those who don't know, Keep It Local is a bill that I passed in City Council coming out of the pandemic in order to encourage the city to put a large percentage of our city contracts to Philadelphia-based businesses. Now, as a city, we have over 50% of our contracts going to Philadelphia-based businesses, and now the school district is trending in that exact same way. Based on the work that I do on a quarterly basis with the CFO, while we're able to adopt and amend some things in that meeting, there are some things that are beyond his control, and I want to put some of that stuff on the record today. Some of the big contracts that we have that are out there that does not put us in a position for our local businesses to bid on, we've pushed the CFO and his team to reduce those contracts. Let me give you an example. The cleaning contract for the School District of Philadelphia is one that we outsource. Now, I understand that when we outsource these contracts, these providers often use Philadelphia-based businesses as their prime, and that is a good thing, but if we really want to grow our economy, right, because that also benefits you, I'm wondering, and I'll use the substitute teaching contract as another example, why don't we break these contracts down into smaller RFPs so Philadelphia-based businesses can be more competitive as it relates to bidding on school district contracts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll say two things. Number one, under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent Hill and CFO Herbstman, we've held a number of sessions with local vendors to include MBE and MWBE vendors to make them aware of the processes established by the board, to help them understand how to get registered as a potential vendor with the school district, and to navigate all the areas where they have to do. Secondly, when we look at following a competitive process for services and construction and the like, we are very laser focused on making sure that we follow the letter and the spirit of state, federal, and local ordinances and laws, as well as the board's policy. But it's always something that we're reviewing, because we believe that most school districts in the country tend to be among the largest employers, and absolutely, where possible, within the letter and spirit of the law, ought to have opportunities for local participation. We agree with you, sir.
So I started by commending the CFO, because everything you talked about is things that him and his team has done an amazing job on to move the numbers based on where we were, which was pretty bad, to where we are, which is some progress. But We need a commitment from you, Dr. Wallington. We need a commitment from you, Board President Streeter. We need you to go on the record and let us know that you're going to be willing to take a look at some of these bigger contracts that Philadelphia businesses unfortunately cannot bid on, break them down into smaller RFPs, and try to give Philadelphia businesses an opportunity to be able to bid on some of these contracts. These are the type of things that can change generational wealth in municipalities. These are the type of things that can help us overcome the deficit that you have as well as what we have on our end. And if we do a good job of this, I think that it could put us in a position where some of the struggles that we have economically can dissolve. So I just want to put that on the record, and we're going to continue to push on that on the legislative side. Before I recognize Councilmember Gilmore Richardson and then Councilmember Phillips, let me just put something on the record from Councilmember Driscoll, and hopefully you can address it after the break. Councilmember Driscoll unfortunately couldn't be here, but this is a huge priority to him and his team. Councilmember Driscoll, if you don't know, represents the Northeast section of the city of Philadelphia, and he has a huge concern as it relates to overcrowding at Northeast schools, specifically looking at Lincoln High School. With the status of capital funding for projects in the 6th district, he's concerned that this overcrowding and some of the legal issues can impact some of that work. And we will get you his other questions as it relates to capital funding. But before I pass it to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, then Phillips, let me just put some of the issues that was communicated to this body, specifically related to Lincoln High School. Lincoln is supposed to have a capacity of 1,585. It has over 2,500 students enrolled. Lincoln's lunch period begins at 9:05 a.m. for a school that starts at 7:30. So imagine a high school student having lunch at 9:05. Lincoln is one of our better facilities in the city, brand new built. We're told, and I don't know how true this is, that the Lincoln Library has 6 classrooms in the actual library. Now, when I think about a school like Frankfurt High School that has all the construction issues, I can understand that being the place, but a school like Lincoln, I'm not quite sure why that is. We're also told that science rooms are not used, science classes are not taught in science rooms. We've been told that there have been over 5 assistant principals who've been driven out of there, and I have about 7 other pages of issues, including contract violations and a whole bunch of other stuff that again, I'm still turning the page. I'm not going to read all this stuff. But these are the things that's been communicated to myself and Councilmember Driscoll. I'll put Councilmember Harity in that category as well, too. So when we come back from the break, hopefully we'll be able to put some things on the record, specifically to answer Councilmember Driscoll's questions as it relates to Lincoln High School. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, followed by Councilmember Phillips. And colleagues, if it's okay with you, we're going to try to stick to 3 minutes per round, and then we'll take a break. And then whenever we take that break, we'll just come back 45 minutes later. Majority Leader Rocha.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our Education Chair and my colleague, Councilmember Thomas. I appreciate the break because I have to pause here to go pick up my kids from school. I have them in a reading camp to help them try to get up there, get on grade level with their reading. So everyone knows I have to leave at 3 o'clock no matter what, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, so I can get them to this program that I've enrolled my children in to try to get them on a grade level with their reading. So at any rate, I will stick to the time limit and just put all my questions on the record. And I wanted to start with a thank you. Thank you to Dr. Watlington for assembling what I believe is a great team to help address some of the longstanding challenges that we know we face as a district. I am especially thankful for Laurel, who's our day-to-day person that we work with here in council, and then also for Dr. Dawson, who I've said many times I think is just one of the best professionals that you have on your team, and also to Mr. Hill, who I've recently communicated with, but I am especially thankful for Dr. Dawson. I wanted to say thank you also for the leveling that you have addressed and utilized a portion of your budget to ensure that we are no longer leveling in the district. It has been received with very positive reviews, not only from teachers and families, but from those who have been impacted in the past. And finally, thank you for working with my office and with Councilmember Jones to add a meeting to the facilities planning process west of the river, which was held 2 weeks ago now in Winfield. I am especially concerned about what may happen based on some of the neighborhood trends across the city relative to which schools have under-enrollment and which schools are bursting at the seams, as we just heard about the schools in the Northeast represented by Councilmember Driscoll. So I wanted to start there. As you all are undertaking this facilities planning process, if you all could just think about how you are working on the catchment boundary plan as well, and ensuring that families are able to utilize the School Finder application in a way that points them to their closest local public school. It was funny, on Friday I received an inquiry from a family in Winfield. They actually live in my division where I serve as a committee person. They are interested in transitioning their child from cyber charter school back to the closest local public school. And so I actually just sent that case over to your office, so please help us help the Jones-Hyman family. So please consider that as you undertake the facilities planning process, because I think that continues to be a challenge with not only under-enrollment in schools that are bursting at the seams, but also routing families to the correct places within their communities. Staying on some of the other issues around facilities, and I know you have a meeting forthcoming on the 10th for families with students who have IEPs. We found in the past that those students and also low-income students and minority students are typically disproportionately impacted when there are facilities closures. And so I wanted to put that on the record relative to students with IEPs. And then also, I wanted to mention specifically Girls High. I know I used a large portion, thank you, I hear the bell. I used a large portion of my time to talk about Girls High. I'm very thrilled to have new leadership in Principal Argro. And last year, you all committed to holding Girls High harmless, even if they did not meet their full enrollment. And so I know that we are working to ensure that enrollment is increased there amongst other schools, obviously. But I wanted to ensure that you all would at least commit to holding them harmless again this year on the record, so that we can give them an opportunity to rebuild over at the Philadelphia High School for Girls. Finally, we noticed that it was around 13% increase for the career and technical education schools around the passage of the NOCTI exam. But I wanted to put on the record that we have received outreach from a few former teachers now who were in the CTE programs who have since left the district over an issue with the education requirement that they were unable to meet. And we lost some really seasoned CTE professionals, I think a few from Ben Franklin High School and some of our other CTE programs because of this requirement. If you all could just address that issue, that there is an easy fix for the issue, but it just needs to be addressed at the leadership level at the district, that would be helpful. And then finally, so I can respect time, we would like to see CTE begin in 9th grade so that as a district, we are eligible for additional funding from the state to have CTE for a total of 4 years instead of 3 years. And I know a big part of your push is increasing the students who are proficient in Algebra 1 and having Algebra 1 earlier in their academic career, but doing that will also help us to have CTE starting in 9th grade instead of 10th grade so that we could receive additional funding. I know that when I was in the district back in the mid-90s, I had Algebra 1 in 7th grade at Masterman. We already had 2 languages at that point by 7th grade, but that is not the case with a ton of other schools, particularly our neighborhood schools. So I wanted to put that on the record. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, the remainder of my questions I will submit for the record, but I just wanted to say that we are concerned in ensuring that we are incorporating financial literacy as a priority in our school district, and wanted to know what metrics the district will use to assess the effectiveness of financial literacy education as it does become an education requirement in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What plans are in place to involve families in financial literacy efforts with the new work with Parent University? recognizing that intergenerational benefits of programs like the adult financial empowerment workshops that you all have been doing. I think with Philadelphia Financial Scholars, they offer work to parents and caregivers. And finally, how does the district see financial literacy as a tool not only for academic success, but also for addressing the broader systematic economic challenges faced by our city? A few of those answers I'd like to ask for the record, to get on the record, particularly around Girls High and financial literacy. I will submit all of my questions for the record for a written response, and I do apologize in advance for my departure, as I'm a working mom and have to pick up my kids from school.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 60 seconds just to give a quick high-level response?
To specifically those two questions, right?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
yes, sir, please.
We've heard loud and clear in the catchment boundary issues in our sites. You are absolutely correct. Principal Argo is doing a fantastic job at the Philadelphia High School for Girls. She has been all over this city recruiting, and I think we're going to have some good things on the other side of this. Relative to financial literacy,
Dawson, I apologize, Mr. Chair, if you could just commit to holding Girls High harmless relative to the amount of teachers versus, based on the enrollment, like you all did last year.
Thank you. We're considering an ongoing commitment to do whatever is necessary to rebuild the enrollment consistent with the approach we took last year. Let me also say, relative to your question about financial literacy, absolutely. In the Parent and Family University relaunch that Dr. Dawson and Chief Coppedge are leading, there will be a financial literacy parent for parents and guardians and caregivers. We also, as a part of Accelerate Philly, will launch a financial literacy module as part of the K-12 curriculum. We're doing reading, math, and we're doing math first, reading this year, language arts, science after that, and then we're going to integrate financial literacy as well. More to come. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Phillips.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairman Thomas. I just want to begin by stating that thank you, Board Chair Streeter, as well as Dr. Wallaton. There's been some amazing progress since our last time that we've had in this body, and I want to applaud you for that. So thank you so much. One, let me just begin by stating, as you know, this is a question. This year, we have seen high-level, community issues that have been addressed publicly here in the city of Philadelphia, particularly the arena, and now with the school closure that is being proposed, I wanted to make sure that we get on record that it's really important that we begin with community engagement and throughout this entire process. And I love the fact that we've had 32 community meetings. I just want to make sure that if we can get on record that you work closely with city council members, stakeholders, agencies that we work with, so they could be more involved with this process at the beginning of the conversation, as opposed to now we're on defense. We want to be in a concert together. And I just was concerned about the fact that we did have community meetings recently, which was wonderful. But I just want to make sure we do that with Philadelphia City Council going forward.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Phillips, President Streeter and the board have been very clear about us having a widespread, a through line of high engagement from beginning to end of the process. We'll stay on that path.
Awesome, and because one of the things that I wanted to note, which was really important for us, is that when presenting to the neighborhood, we want to be very clear about the why we have to do the closures, and then after that, we want to present what options are available, and then see if we can negotiate a consensus relevant to making sure that every family feels good about where their children are going to go. So I just want to see if maybe as you're building out this plan, we have community or agencies and organizations that we work with, as well as state reps and so forth. Maybe we all could be in concert together, so this is not like, we didn't know. There's no, so we're at the beginning stages, so I think we can fix this. I'm happy about that. The last thing I just want to ask about, and I'll submit the rest of my questions on record to you all in an email and so forth. But I just wanted to put on record that recently many city council members have gone to, prisons, other community, like a prison where we heard about the issue of bullying in the city of Philadelphia, public schools, and also sometimes we've gone to, that was in Phoenixville. We also gone to different community meetings. We've heard about bullying, and I think this is a time, and I was bullied growing up in Philadelphia public schools. I'm really hoping that as part of our goals for the incoming year, we can assess that for the upcoming year. It's like, how do we address, school bullying in its totality so we can make a capital awareness campaign to fix that? So that's one thing. And then the last thing is I want to get on record about Alny High School, which is really, really important to the 9th District, where we have an opportunity to really fix a facility there with their athletic facility, which I think would be pivotal because we haven't had any renovations in the 9th District for any of our facilities. We had one. No, we haven't. So with that being said, I just wanted to see if this could be something that could be a PIWA huge banger for our neighborhood, and it could be community accessible to have a track, outstanding football field, baseball field, and so forth. And I just want to make sure that as part of the budget process that we're really considering how to make that work. I know Dr. Odsill talked about that with me, but I just want to make sure our board and you and everyone else is really going to work together to see how we can make this happen.
I'll take the second issue first. Alny High School.
I'm sorry, Mr. Superintendent, can you please be as concise and efficient in your answers as
Put myself
possible?
on a 30-second timer here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
Relative to Alny, President Street and the board have asked us to bring a plan in the early fall. Too soon to get ahead of that. It will be the board's decision about the expenditures, as that's the board responsibility, but we'll bring very informed, well thought out recommendations forward. And we absolutely will double down on our commitment to preventing and mitigating bullying in the schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity, and we'll close out with Councilmember, Councilmember Harity, then Councilmember O'Rourke, and we'll close out with Councilmember Gotti here. Councilmember Harity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for coming out and to answer our questions. As far as the year-round school is concerned, I'm the labor guy on council, so I figure I might as well get it out of the way. Have we discussed the year-round plan with the teachers union and the other unions for the school district? And if so, is the PFT in support of the year-round schooling?
We're in constant communication with the PFT and other unions. We have begun a process. We have a labor union contract up next fall, and that's part of our communication. Yes, we're in regular communication.
So that'll be part of your new negotiation?
Correct.
Right, okay. That being said, what is the plan for the maintenance that's usually done in the off-season?
I will ask Deputy Superintendent Hill if he might could speak to the anything related to maintenance in the off-season, since that is a part of our facilities work. Could you speak to that? I think the chair has given us 30 to 90 seconds. Is that right, sir?
Can I ask a clarifying question? What is the plan for off-season
Yeah, all the stuff that we usually repair and all that stuff.
during the time when the students are in the school?
Yeah,
for
do we have, all I want to know is, do we have a plan to deal with the new circumstances if we do year-round school? That maintenance will have to be done at some point. Just trying to figure out what that plan is.
Thank you very much for the question, Council Member. Absolutely, we have a plan that focuses on a robust effort during the peak periods when students are not in school to ensure that we don't expose them to any hazards, whether it be for environmental maintenance work or major renovation. Additionally, We are performing scheduled maintenance on major building systems to ensure their functionality and operability.
Okay, so that's all in preparation for, good. All right, and then the last thing I have is on page 32, you guys said that you added 60 schools with air conditioning in the 3 years. How many schools now have adequate AC, and what's the plan to have schools ready with AC for the 26 all-rear?
Sir, currently, we have 58 schools that have instructional spaces that are inadequately cooled. The process of preparing those spaces includes not only the installation of the mechanical systems, but the upgrading of the electrical backbone in those facilities so that we have the capacity to support the mechanical systems. That process is ongoing. We're looking at funding and resources to accomplish those objectives.
Yeah, that just, I appreciate that, but just goes to show that we need to build new schools. Not having the adequate electric is, ridiculous. And I get it, it gets a little hotter nowadays than I guess it did years ago. But I just think that at some point we have to, coming from a labor standpoint, I know that some of these schools, the cost to abate the asbestos and lead would cost you more than it would be just to knock it down and build another one. So I hope we're thinking about that in the next coming school years also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilmember O'Rourke. And let me just put something on the record real quick. I've been told by my supervisors that we won't be taking a break shortly because we won't be coming back for a second round. So we're going to ask that all members get your questions in now, and instead of taking a break, we're going to go ahead and adjourn today's dialogue. Chair recognizes Councilmember O'Rourke, followed by Councilmember Gaudier, and then after that, and then we'll close out with, then followed by Councilmember Lozada, and then I'll close out with the final round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all the panelists. First time I get a chance to speak to y'all today. It was morning time when we got started, and now it's the afternoon. It has already been lifted up by the council president before he left. Many of us are deeply concerned about the incoming presidential administration, as we already talked about quite a bit, particularly how it'll affect migrant students and families in Philadelphia. To your point, Chairman Streeter, we're grateful to have a school board that is already committed to Sanctuary Schools resolution, which was passed in 2021, sets out critical policies to safeguard immigrant students, including rapid response protocols, set out things like comprehensive staff training to prevent discrimination and harassment, a community table that gives migrant families a voice in decisions that affect their children's education. All these are wonderful things. And grateful and need to shout out Juntos as an organization that has actually been there to really drive that policy or drive that resolution and getting the work done there. As I understand it to date, though, the implementation of the Sanctuary Schools policy has been consistent, which has left migrant students and families vulnerable. We do understand that you are going to be working on what implementation on that looks like. I do want to say, though, on Juntos' point, though, they've also proposed a newcomer program to the school board as well, which requests comprehensive and guaranteed access to critical resources, support services, and culturally competent education for every immigrant and newcomer student in our city. Will you commit to implementing the newcomer program to protect the vulnerable immigrant students and families in Philadelphia?
If I can briefly say, it's a sad state of affairs that we've had to have this conversation, that we have to pass resolutions to do things that some would say should be just be a fundamental right of all the children in the school district of Philadelphia. But what I can say is the Board of Education is in partnership with our superintendent, is committed to ensuring that we can make sure every student is safe, feels safe, and that we support them in any way that we can. So I can say that in response to that, and we look forward to working with Juntos as we have in the past with the resolution, and that's just the beginning of the conversation that must continue.
I'm glad that is the beginning of the conversation. Mr. Chairman, just so I'm clear, are you aware of the newcomer program that has been proposed?
Yes, I believe you, in your public comment that you submitted to the Board of Education, I read that as well, that you've mentioned it, and I believe we got some other feedback from Juntos as well.
Beautiful.
That's why, yes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Appreciate you.
Thank you, colleague. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gaudier, and we'll close out with Councilmember Lozada. And colleagues, for the record, we do have 6 people who've signed up for public comment.
Good afternoon to the both of you, and thank you for being here today. I was struck in your presentation by the slide that showed what you learned from the past school closures. And that's not, I don't think that's the first time you showed that information to council, and I'm struck every time that I see it, that we were trying to close $1 billion gap, that we thought, $1 billion plus gap, that we thought, saw closing 30 schools as a means to help with that goal, that it saved us $24 million in terms of dollars, but it also cost us a lot in terms of student achievement and performance. I think today was the first time that I heard the statistic that you gave that every student that drops out costs us almost $500,000. So when I think about that statistic and then I think about the 24 million, I'm not really sure we saved it, right? Because there could have been an impact on increased dropouts due to the closures as well. And so what I wanted to know, I definitely liked Councilmember Phillips' question about how you'll engage the community and work with council, but I want to know, as we embark on this path again, what are we going to do differently, right? Because it's more than about just sort of real dollars and cents. There's also a cost that comes with a school being closed in the community that's almost incalculable. So I'd love to hear, I'm glad to see what you learned, but I want to know how we will employ what you learned as we head down this path again.
Thank you, Councilmember Gautier. On the one hand, we're approaching this with the benefit of more time, and we're being very thoughtful about an equity-centered approach. For example, in schools that closed, the lion's share of the savings came from position cuts. Equity-oriented thinking says that for the kids who need more, we give them more. We just don't balance the budget just by sheer number of kids. But so we intend to, as we bring recommendations to President Streeter and the board, to be mindful of how we make more investments in some communities where kids are underrepresented, under-resources, and need more, and instead of just balancing the budget by cutting. Secondly, we'll be making sure that we continue to hear the voices of all communities in Philadelphia as we build this plan to bring to the board.
And can I also add what's a little different? There's a resolution where the board spoke unanimously that protects students and takes a more equitable approach where we're not running to close a budgetary shortfall. We're actually trying to do things that can actually support student achievement. So I'll just say that that's also a difference, and I believe this board will reject a plan that doesn't deliver on the spirit of the resolution that we passed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I want us to be looking at this with every site that you suggest. I want to see not just a plan for, or a recommendation for closing a site, because a school building is more than a building, right? A school building is a center of community, and it can have all kinds of implications. It can have implications on violence, implications on student morale, student learning. And so as we go down this road, I'm going to be looking to see with each closure that's recommended how we avoid some of those outcomes, negative outcomes that we know we experienced when we did this the first time around. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Lozada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on some school closure, on the school closure conversation, but more towards the schools that actually have already closed and are kind of sitting vacant in the community, some of which are blighted, right? I know that you guys have done listening tours across the city of Philadelphia. Some residents have not been able to participate, but part of what they wanted me to share with you was the fact that There are some schools that have closed. I'm going to use Fair Hill School as an example, that is vacant, is blighted. You know, we have a parking lot that's on 3rd and Dolphin somewhere that is in deplorable condition, and it belongs to the city of Philadelphia. What are we doing to make sure that these facilities that are closed don't become problems in the community? When I mention that, I think of Fair Hill because it has become one of those spaces where some of our outdoor neighbors have gone to break in and to seek shelter, right? But it also becomes a situation that community residents are afraid of because it can catch fire, because people won't know that folks are in there and may need additional attention. The parking lot over at 3rd Street has so much overgrown vegetation that when people go in there and they light fires, they're afraid that that is also going to catch on fire. So what are we doing about making sure that some of these facilities that we can maybe take out of our inventory and use some of that money to be able to invest in some of our existing active spaces is used?
Separate and apart from the facilities planning process and the resolution that the board directed the superintendent on, and I'm going to ask Colonel Hill to come back and say a word about what we're doing about the closed schools to ensure that they're not nuisances and how they're being looked after.
And I apologize if you guys talked about that. I've kind of been dealing with an emergency in the district, so I've been in and out.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you all said it and I didn't hear it, I apologize for that.
And I'll defer to President Streeter about the board's position as far as current facilities that are on its footprint that it owns that are closed.
Yeah, I'll be brief. In the resolution, again, the resolution matters. So this is something that the board has bound itself to. There's a commitment to working with our city partners so that we can be thoughtful and strategic about facilities that may need to be reimagined for now. And I say this also a personal experience with the Germantown High School, which was for far too long sitting empty and became a nuisance in some ways, but now is being repurposed. But yeah, but so that's embedded in the process. Again, learning lessons, learning from our past mistakes on that topic.
Thank you very much for the question, Council Member. Just as the superintendent and the board president have said, the facilities planning process certainly will inform the long-term disposition of those properties. We are working in tandem right now with the mayor's Clean and Green initiative to ensure that those properties are maintained and they are not eyesores in the communities in which they sit.
Have you all considered partnering not just with Clean and Green, but with PHS as well?
Absolutely, ma'am. Okay. It's a collaborative effort, and we're talking to our counterparts, both governmental agencies as well as nonprofit advocates in communities to ensure that those properties don't become eyesores.
Awesome, thank you. And then my last question is around the maintenance backlog. Do you all still have a maintenance backlog? And if so, how backlogged are you? And what is being done to address that backlog?
Great question, thank you, ma'am. We do have a maintenance backlog. On average, we get about 650 new work orders every week. That on top of the maintenance backlog that can be attributed to the historic underfunding of our facilities and maintenance in the district, it creates a cycle in which we're always catching up, if you will, in terms of addressing the backlog, because as soon as we take 2 steps forward in addressing the backlog, we have just received, again, every week, on average, about 650 new work orders. We are looking at the resources that we have. We have delineated a component of our internal staff to address the backlog as well as work on the current work orders as they're coming in. We prioritize those work orders which impact the safety and well-being of students, faculty, and staff.
Okay. Is there a way that you can provide this body with a list of what number is your current backlog number and where they are by council district?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just go to another quick line of questioning. One of the issues that was communicated to us was concerns around school crossing guards. We talked a little bit about this in our monthly meetings. We asked for there to be some type of communication plan. When there's an emergency in the school currently right now, there is no line of communication to the school crossing guards to be able to communicate whatever incident might have taken place. Again, Mr. Craig Johnson does a great job of keeping City Council informed, specifically the Education Committee and the district council members when there's a serious incident that takes place. So I'm wondering where we are in that communication plan for the school safety officers and what do we have in place so when there is an emergency, that emergency is communicated to our crossing guards who we love and adore.
Mr. Chairman, are you asking us to follow that issue in writing or to speak to it at this time?
If you don't have an update, please follow up in writing.
The Colonel Mayberry will have it. Colonel, do you want to follow up in writing? Do you want to say anything now?
I can share a comment right now. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. The school crossing guard dilemma is one that challenges us every single day based on the shortage of school crossing guards. What we do to mitigate that challenge is using our patrol officers to also to assist with those known locations where it presents a challenge for pedestrian traffic, also working with the school communities for greater awareness in terms of safety with pedestrian traffic into the schools during bell times.
How long do you think it'll come up? How long do you think it will take for you to come up with a comprehensive plan that could be communicated to them?
Mr. Chairman, would like to do a little bit of research, but certainly by the time that the superintendent updates this body on the next biannual update, we'll certainly have a plan.
It would be disappointing for you all to go into contract negotiations with them next year and this kind of not be one of the things that's done as you head into contract negotiations. One of the things you talked about was staff being an issue. You're sitting on an extra pot of money this year. I believe we talked about it being about, how much? You're sitting on $700 million right now while operating in a deficit, but this year's deficit was projected to be $80 million, and that number is down to about $66 million. You said earlier that you got 3 contracts coming up. Clearly, school crossing guards is one of the issues that we have as it relates to being able to hire. We clearly have the revenue. Clearly, you can't talk in depth about contract negotiations, but do you think that you will have an appetite to provide a raise for the school crossing guards similar to what you did for the teachers and the Unite Here workers?
Sir, I would like to defer a response to that after having an opportunity to consult with the CFO and with the district staff.
So Dr. Wallington, can you answer that question for us?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that we're so early into the budget development process, I wouldn't want to be on the record at this point saying anything other than we value all our employees and we'll have some hard decisions to make, and we're committed to making good recommendations to the board.
That sounds very responsible, Dr. Wallington, but I can go on the record and say that we do want to see an increase in pay for a lot of the people who we know are struggling to do the work that they're doing, and we know that that's the only way we can address some of the staff and vacancies that we see. But I understand your responsible answer.
But to be clear, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
we
sir.
have lots of hardworking employees across the school district of Philadelphia, and we certainly wish we could pay all of them better than we are now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's the appetite that we love to hear. Are there any questions around answers around Lincoln High School yet?
I'm sorry?
Lincoln High School. Can you identify? I'm gonna recognize Councilmember
Yes.
Bass, but as I'm recognizing Councilmember Bass, I did give Laurel some of the issues that was communicated to us around Lincoln High School. So at some point, can you guys identify someone to be able to come answer questions around Lincoln High School before we adjourn for the day?
Mr. Chairman, if you'll give me 60 seconds, I'll be glad to give a high-level overview and follow up in writing.
Can I recognize
Absolutely.
Councilmember Bass first? She's been patiently waiting, and then we can go back into that dialogue if that's okay. Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Almost good evening. So, well, listen, I just want to ask just a couple of questions. And I want to follow up first on my colleague's question around school crossing guards. And I want to pivot to the position of safety, because as most of us probably realize, there was a crossing guard who actually passed away over the weekend over, I think it was in Jersey, who, you know, they showed the videotape footage of them basically trying to stop cars. They stopped one car from, you know, and he or she, I should say, was protecting students who were trying to cross the street. And in one case, this person was able to stop the car, and then the next they weren't, and they were hit and they were killed. And so I wanted to know what we're doing around school safety, around crossing guards, and also how closely are we working with the Streets Department and the Philadelphia Police Department and the school crossing guard network to make sure our kids get home safe. You know, it never ceases to amaze me that people will run right past a school bus with the stop sign extended. They will think nothing of just ignoring it. And so I would like to see the highest penalty possible placed on them. And I don't know that we're there yet, but that's something that we would like to explore, and we want to get feedback from you all first.
Given that safety is the number one priority in our strategic plan, I'll ask the Colonel to speak to that. I'm sure the Chair will entertain 60 seconds or less, right?
Thank you for the question, ma'am, and just as a follow-up to my previous comments, as I mentioned, having our patrol office from the Office of School Safety provide support to mitigate the shortage in terms of staffing of school crossing guards. Unless I am incorrect, I believe that crossing guards are city employees, and we, through coordination with the school district, we highlight our priorities in terms of their posting.
Yes. So, but how do you all coordinate with the crossing guards, with the school district, with the police department, with the Department of Streets and Safety? Is there coordination? Because in my mind, at least, there should be, because, you know, you have the need for traffic calming measures. You know, this council enacted a bill last year that said that, you know, like, okay, we're going to make priorities schools for traffic calming. And so when it comes to placing speed bumps or speed cushions or whatever you want to call them, you know, schools, particularly elementary schools, I would imagine, get a priority. I know my colleague, Council Lady Lozada, also introduced a bill to have speed cushions around recreation centers. Correct, Council Lady? Correct. Recreation centers. Your bill around recreation centers and speed cushions. And I did one around senior facilities. And so, but I know you all are just focusing on the school district portion. So can you give us some sense of where we are with that?
Yes, ma'am. Within the last 90 days, we've met with senior members of the city's administration regarding the installation of those traffic calming devices. At this time, we have the devices installed around approximately 50 of our schools, and we have shared a prioritized list with senior staff members regarding where we believe the next tranche of calming devices should be installed. In terms of our coordination, yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry, not to cut you off. Can you give us an idea on what that was based on and where they are? Like, you know, what data that was based on? Like, who determined, you know, we're going to put one at E. Washington Rose, and we're going to put one at John Greenleaf Whittier, and we're going to put one at Emlyn Elementary, and we're going to put one?
That was based on our serious incident data as captured by the Office of School Safety.
Excellent. Okay, based on a number of incidents, so it's
yes,
based on, okay. And you have that list available as to where those incidents occurred and what schools
Yes,
are
ma'am.
next up?
Yes, we have the list, the prioritized list that we submitted.
Okay.
I'm not certain what the capacity is of the city staff to actually install
Okay.
the devices. I'm not able to speak on that.
Sure, but you provided your recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, super.
Additionally, the coordination with the crossing guard supervisors was a fluid process because at one time, we were providing the crossing guard supervisors with space, office space in LP Hill, as well as MLK. Based on some of the space demands that we've had to support academics and professional development, they are no longer in that space, but through civil affairs coordination through the Office of School Safety, we're still maintaining that coordination with the crossing guards.
Okay. That brings up a whole different line of questions that I do want to ask you about offline, because the idea, it sounded as if what you were saying is that Martin Luther King ran out of space for housing our traffic safety professionals.
What I'm saying is that as we have identified swing space in MLK and we have prioritized the instructional space for our students, that the crossing guards have relocated or moved out of, the supervisors have moved out of MLK and LP Hill.
So that, again, I want to make it plain, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I must just put it on out there. Martin Luther King has a ton of space. They just have so much space. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but unless something happened very, very recently, there's a lot of space at, a lot of our schools. And that actually brings me to my next question, if I can, which is there any consideration, I know we have an overcrowded population of schools sort of east of Broad Street. And then on the west side of Broad Street, we have what I would describe as some schools are almost empty. And there's this conversation around, right sizing and school closures and, all those kinds of things. Is there any consideration of, where we have classes that are in, hall closets and, in hallways and stairways? This is what, has been reported. Is there any consideration of moving some of the students to prevent those kinds of learning environments which are unhealthy and just, not a good thing? Is there any sort of consideration of moving students to a school that has excess space? Is that ever on the table?
Councilmember, I think that's one of the central parts of this whole planning process is to address the under-enrollment and over-enrollment so that we can address those kind of issues. Absolutely.
So what's being done?
I'm sorry?
So what are we doing about it, or what are we?
In the near term, if you take a school like Lincoln High School, we have essentially capped the number of students who are out of catchment who would go there through some kind of school selection process, with the exception of a small number of CT, career technical education students. And we're also making parents aware of people who move into certain areas of the schools that are closest with open space. The board also has a policy that allows a family to go to any school where there's space available that may not be in their catchment area.
So if a student is out of catchment, let's say they're a student at Lincoln, and they're out of catchment, and so you've basically said, okay, you have to select another option. But if you're within the catchment area, which I suspect a lot of the overcrowding likely is, what about those students? Would there be any thought process by the district to move those students into areas where there's a lot of space, a lot of vacancies? Because I would guess that most of the population, like most of the city's growth is east of Broad Street. So the northeast, the far northeast, anything east of Broad Street has seen a lot of growth, not so much on the west side of Broad Street.
For Lincoln in particular, as an example, we no longer are admitting out-of-catchment students for the general admission 9 through 12. In schools that have more students than their capacity on record, we are not entertaining at this time moving kids out. We're controlling for the in-migration of more students so that we don't keep kicking this can down the road and exacerbating the problem. But over the term of this, between now and August, when we bring a plan to President Streeter and the board, we absolutely will address all those issues. Thank you.
Okay. And one last question, Mr. Chairman. Can you talk about school lunches?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
School lunches.
We're going to let the colonel talk about school lunches. What would you like him to talk about?
I don't know. What would we like him to talk about? I have a constituent at my home, and I get a regular report of school lunches and some of the concerns and the issues around the likelihood that a school lunch is actually going to be consumed by a school student. And from what I understand, it is not. Now, I know that one of my colleagues, I can't remember if it was Councilman Jones, I think maybe, who had offered a resolution to have a hearing on the school lunch situation and the amount of lunches essentially that we waste. We waste a lot of money. They don't get consumed. They're not really consumable in the eyes of most of our young people. And so it just requires, in my opinion, another look, another thought around, okay, how are we going to make sure we have a delicious and nutritious meal that they're actually going to eat?
If the chair will give me 60 seconds, I'll take 30 and yield the other 30 to the colonel. In my 30 seconds, I want to note that board members and I get a chance to go visit district-operated schools together, and we started that process where we actually eat lunch together in the school as well as lunch in the school. So they can opine on what they think about that. I want to speak for the board.
So your thoughts then, since you've consumed the school lunches?
Yes. We eat the same lunches that the kids eat. Number two, I can tell you what my favorite is offline. Two, the colonel's staff brings in food vendors, and we bring students to the Dr. Constance C. Clayton Education Center to have them sample a lot of different kind of foods to give him input and the food services staff about what menu options they like. Colonel, I think you got 30 seconds.
We're committed to making our lunches as tasty and nutritious as possible with our vendor fairs, where we provide students with an opportunity to sample the food items offered by our vendors. We take that and factor that into the resourcing that we have to provide nutritious and tasty lunches to students with the intent of improving the overall experience for them.
Okay, I'd like to follow up on that in the future. Again, I can't remember which of our colleagues actually introduced a resolution calling for those, for us to have a hearing around school lunches and what is offered, because again, it doesn't necessarily seem to be nutritious or something that would be palatable to our students, to our constituency. So I have a whole nother list of questions, Mr. Chairman, but I know that we need to break at some point.
So we're not going to take a break because the members don't want to come back from the break. So this is what we'll do, Councilwoman Bass. If you could come, I'll talk to you in a second. Do you have a response to the Lincoln issue? And while the Lincoln issue, Council colleague, can we huddle real quick? Sure.
Are you ready for me to go, sir? I'll do this expeditiously. In school year 23-24, Mr. Chairman, 13 classes were added to Lincoln High School. It's no secret that the northeastern part of the city and county are growing. This year, we added 2 new teachers to Lincoln so that we could reduce the oversized classes by some 25 sections. Also, in November, we conducted a class audit at Lincoln, and we found 2 classes that were oversized based on the actual student attendance. As you know, we have very clear guidelines in partnership with the PFT in terms of what class sizes can look like. So we've, at Lincoln High School, we've scaled back participation in the school selection process so that we don't continue to add to this problem. We have no out-of-catchment continued admissions to the school in grades 9 through 12. We do have a small number of CTE spaces that we are still continuing to fill. Now, I will say that what are we doing right now? One, the HR talent division is focused on getting people hired in some of those vacancies. They moved to the top of the list. We've just filled 3 instructional positions. As a matter of fact, we've added an additional school safety officer and an additional climate staffer, and extended offers to an additional 3 individuals. We will stay focused on this till we get every single one of those key positions filled, sir. Please know that it's at the top of the priority list, and we'll continue to work very closely with the administration at Lincoln High School.
Thank you. 1 second, please. So, respectfully, I think just in the spirit of Councilmember Driscoll, some of the responses that we've heard around Lincoln is just not where we need to be. I submitted to your government relations staff, and thank you, Laurel, for all the great work you do. Gotta shout out Laurel. 10 pages of complaints that have come to our office. I will be at Lincoln High School tomorrow, 3:15, for a basketball game. I won't be cheering for Lincoln, right? But I'm sure I will get a lot of complaints as it relates to what's going on with the school and some of the issues that we've communicated today. We're going to ask that you have a much more comprehensive approach as it relates to these issues. 6 classrooms in a library. A lot of us read the story in the Enquirer that talked about issues with young people in and out of school, coming and going as they please, the over-enrollment issues, the staff morale, principals being pushed out. And again, that's probably just about 10 out of this gotta be over 300 complaints that have came to us from Lincoln High School. And so we have to put this on the record because it's a huge priority. And most importantly, we want all of the stakeholders at Lincoln to know that this legislative body, and I'm sure you would agree as it relates to the school board and the school district, truly cares about the work that they're doing and truly appreciates the effort that they put forward on a consistent basis. So please, Dr. Wallington. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say, we hear the urgency of the council members, the council chair, just like President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, and board members. Let me assure you that we are doing everything within our resources at the moment to get key positions, teaching positions, unfilled teaching positions, unfilled climate staff. We're assigning additional staff and doing everything we can to support the administration. We'll double down on that. One of the things that we have not put on the table, because we don't think there's support for it, is to take an over-enrolled school and to move existing registered kids out. We're choosing
Have you met with the Lincoln High School community, stakeholders, teachers, residents of the neighborhood to tell them the dilemma that you're in?
Our Deputy Superintendent for Academics and his staff, including, I believe, Assistant Superintendent Richard Gordon, they are regularly engaging with the Lincoln community and helping the community understand that we're just not sitting here with our, twiddling our fingers.
Doc, respectfully, right, because I just want to move on, because we got a lot of other stuff, and I'm trying to really be efficient, and I don't think it's fair to you how long you all have had to sit here with no break. So I just want to move on, but respectfully, there's no way that those folks would complain to us if they felt like they liked the response they were getting from you. So I don't want to accuse you of not doing something, but something isn't working because people feel like they have to sound the alarm. By the time something comes to city council, that's folks' version of sounding the alarm. And when it comes to me directly, I always tell people, are you sure you want me to know this information? Because if you want me to know it, I'm going to put it on the record. So I do think that the sense of urgency is a little more present than what's being communicated from you all today. And again, I'll be there at 3:15 tomorrow, and hopefully Wednesday, communication back to you based on my experience there will be a positive one and not necessarily a negative one.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let me move on. You talked about enforcing the welcoming resolution. I know we're running low on time, but I have to put on record on behalf of the organization Hutos, they submitted concerns around the enforcement of the Welcoming Schools resolution that you spoke a little bit earlier about today. They said that they've documented those concerns and sent them to you. I'm hoping I don't have to read them. Are you familiar with these concerns, and what do you all plan on doing about that as it relates to the school board?
I can't cite the concerns verbatim. I am aware that some concerns have been
I am
submitted.
the king of efficiency. I will give you the concerns. I will pass it back to Councilmember Bass, and then after Councilmember Bass, hopefully somebody on your team can read the concerns that was communicated to us and put something on the record to be able to address what this organization is concerned with. I think that I'm tired. I know y'all tired too. But when we have organizations like this who do it from the muscle because they care about our city with issues that's important as this, we got to put it on the record. So let's do it that way.
20 seconds left, Mr. Chairman. President Street and the board have already requested an update from staff, and it's in progress. So
Okay,
we're working on that.
So you don't need to see those concerns.
I think we have a copy, but we're always happy to have it just to be sure. Thank you.
So are you committed to having somebody from the board meet with this organization so that they feel like their issues have been listened to and you're moving in a way that's reflective of their best interests?
Staff is absolutely committed to working with these individuals. I just wanted you to know that the board has already requested an update on the plan pursuant to its resolution.
Okay, I'm sure the folks from that organization, if they're not listening to this hearing right now, they'll listen to it on replay, and hopefully they don't make a fool out of you and me and everybody else in here. Councilmember Bass, I'm sorry, can I recognize Councilmember Ahmad? I did not see her walk in, and she has not gone for a first round yet. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ahmad, followed by Councilmember Bass. I apologize, colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, staying so long, and most importantly, sharing good news with us. That's really encouraging, the advances you have made, particularly in the proficiency levels. I hope we keep doing it and hope we can crack algebra. My question is, in the light of the recent state legislation banning CUTH mental health services, could you share how many school district students use their services, and is there a plan to fill the gap in mental health services? Our illustrious chair shares with us on a regular basis the altercations that go on in the school district. And I think not a day goes by without us hearing about something, and it seems like emotional regulation is at the base of these altercations and problems, which is why not having these mental health services makes it even more serious and how we're filling the gap.
Thanks to Councilmember Ahmad. I know you're particularly interested in science performance in particular.
Yes.
As well as the others. As you may well know, historically we've used an online service called CUTH that was provided to the district at no cost to the board by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has sunsetted that relationship, and to date there is no designated replacement yet. And I anticipate that we'll be bringing some a competitive process to the board to procure some replacements. That's in progress. But in the meantime, we'll continue to utilize our counselors, other trained support staff, and others to support our students, because there are a number of trauma-informed needs that our young people must have met.
So I just wanted to dig into a little bit. How did this abrupt end happen, and were you informed so that you could prepare? It seems somewhere we need to send the message, if you're gonna do something like that, you know, from what I understood, 18,000 students used these services, and that's a huge gap. And for you to be able to fill it in with already beleaguered counselors is asking a lot, right? So
Sure.
maybe we send a letter to our state partners or do something to assist you in making sure we don't face something like this again. And I don't need to know what exactly happened, but why was there no advance notice given to the school district? I would like to sort of get to the bottom of that.
Very quickly, in 20 seconds or less, Mr. Chairman, we were caught a bit flat-footed in the sunsetting of this Commonwealth expenditure. So we didn't have a lot of advance notice before it was that work was terminated. But we do have it in our sights to figure out how to procure something in replacement.
So will the state pay for that again, since they were paying for this?
I
Because
would
that
not be
just
able
helps
to-
with our budget.
I would not be able to speak with the state, and I've not personally talked to Secretary Momine. Is he still there? I think
No, he left,
his
yeah.
replacement.
Yeah,
I have
so
not talked to the
just
current
for the
secretary.
interest of time, I would love to circle back to understand what transpired, how the state will fill that gap as you are
Certainly.
filling it right now, and are they going to pay for that because that's less money out of your budget?
We're glad to take that as a homework assignment and submit it in the record, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Before I pass it back to Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Bass talked about some issues as it relates to safety. Councilmember Ahmad brought that up as well, too. Real quick question, if you don't know the answer, if you could get it back to us in writing, that'd be great. How is the weapon system chosen that we use as it relates to security in our schools? And were there any labor laws that were considered in the midst of choosing the systems that we have in place right now?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'd love to take that as a homework assignment and submit it with our responses.
Thank you, sir. One other thing, and then I'll pass it to Councilmember Bass. Girard Academy Music Program, one of our special admission schools. We know we have issues as it relates to filling seats in the special admission schools. At some point, if you can get us something in writing as it relates to an update that can be shared with all members of council as it relates to where we are with special admission schools, that'll be great. But GAMP specifically, one of our special admission schools, have been without a principal for a significant amount of time. What's being done to put us in a position to put a principal at Girard Academy Music Program?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We absolutely will do as directed. Also, we have a principal search underway, and our staff is in communication with several members of the GAMP community, inviting their participation in the process. You may or may not know that several members of the GAMP community spoke to President Streeter and several of the board members at our last meeting. We are engaging the GAMP community, and we will have Dr. Jermaine Dawson is scheduling an open mic session with the GAMP community to talk directly to those constituents.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass. Thank you, Dr. Wallington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple more questions for you. Bathrooms. So my office did a study around bathrooms in the school district. So we didn't do a study around bathrooms. We did a survey, and which, as I understand it, became very popular because I know that after we did our survey that you all said, oh, we want to do a survey too, and sent it out. And so it's great to partner with you all on that kind of thing and work together so that we can get information at the same time, like in real time. But one of the things that came back in our survey was that when we just asked parents of school district students what was one of their concerns around facilities, bathrooms came up over and over and over again. And so can you tell us, is there sort of like just a master plan or facilities plan? I see somebody over there. Yeah, okay, I heard that. Okay, the bathroom, that's the bathroom crew. But seriously, around, the cleanliness, the condition, the care, the maintenance, around bathrooms, something everyone needs, and no one wants to use a facility that's not well maintained. Can you talk about that, where we are, what kind of survey you all have all done? We'd be happy to share ours with you, but restrooms are an issue in the school district.
Absolutely, Council Member. I meet with the Student Advisory Council every single month, and it's an issue that I hear about from students every month.
Okay.
It's our expectation that no matter how old a school is or a bathroom, it ought to be clean. It ought to be stocked with paper towels, toilet tissue, soap, and the like. Colonel Hill and his staff are working expeditiously on that. We're not where we need to be yet. Every time I go to a school, I make it a point to go into a bathroom, as does President Streeter and members of the board, so that we can stay on top of that. Now, there are some places where I think we've got, what, Colonel, like maybe 8 plumbers for 200, how many? 8 plumbers for some 249 buildings. And so there are some things that get a little delayed on the pecking order, but we will be absolutely accountable for
Dr.
our
Wallington,
bathrooms
I'm
being
sorry,
clean.
if you could just repeat what Dr. Oshill said for our transcript and for our stenographer. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. At this time, we have 8 plumbers, and over 2,000 restrooms in the school district of Philadelphia.
That's not, I don't mean to laugh, but it's crazy. Like, you will never be able to get to, the need. You'll never be able to get to the need with 2,000. If you said to me you had 2,000 students and 8 teachers, that would sound crazy, right?
Yes, ma'am, it does. It's a daunting task, but by the same token, we bring to bear general service contractors to supplement or augment our internal staffing. And then, quite frankly, with our site-specific facilities management plan, we're doubling down and providing the supervision and leadership to ensure that every student has access to a clean restroom every single day.
But you really can't.
I think the other thing,
Maybe that's the end goal, but right now, you can't with those numbers.
upon my arrival in the district, one of the most glaring instances or impacts of historic underfunding is clearly in those facilities, in the bathrooms across the district. And no excuse, we still should have clean bathrooms with soap, paper towels, toilet tissue, and the like, and we'll stay very focused on that.
We're kind of far behind. And that's an understatement. I just don't get the sense that we have a plan of attack for this action. And I understand the budgetary constraints and the concerns, but it just doesn't feel like we have like a real plan that's going to be transformative of the situation in the next 6 months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years. 8 plumbers and 2,000 facilities is just insurmountable in my lifetime. You're just not going to be able to get to it. There was a podcast that I listened to around public education in New York City, and there was the story being told about a bathroom in an elementary school that had been in place up until recent time, that was in place from, the 40s or 50s. It was a really old building. And it was similar to what they had encountered at TM Pierce before we tore it down and rebuilt it, which was sort of like a long, like a trowel, in which, young men would go to the bathroom, and then there would be like little holes where if you needed to sit down and go to the bathroom, and then every once in a while some water would come along and splash everything away. And, I actually saw that at TM Pierce, and it was pretty horrific and pretty disturbing, and not something that offered dignity to our young people. And so I think that there has to be some sort of a sense of expediency, moving a little bit faster. Not to say that you all don't care. I'm not trying to suggest that at all. You're working with what you have, but what you have is just not enough, and it's just not going to get the job done. And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what we can do about that, but, that was the number one thing that came up on the survey my office did, was bathrooms.
And so, ma'am, would just like to
I'm sorry,
add.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir.
Support our tech staff. I'm tired, y'all tired, but also we got stenographers and tech staff who've been working, since 11:30, just like the rest of us. So just please slow down a little bit and speak into the mic so that they can hear everything that you're saying. Sorry, Dr. Hill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I apologize. What I would like to ensure that I'm doing is making the distinction between the cleanliness and readiness of our restrooms to meet the needs of students, and that's done through our facility staff, and there is a plan to do that, and that's our site-specific facilities management plan. And that's for every school, site-specific, that governs the activities to ensure that those restrooms are cleaned and stocked. That plan is in place. The maintenance, which is a skill level that requires plumbing expertise, that is done with our 8 organic plumbers, if you will, and also with the support of general services contractors that we use.
How many contractors do we use?
I'd have to get that exact number for you, ma'am. I don't have that right off the top of my head.
And also, can we get a list? I'd like a breakdown. I don't need to see the whole plan for the whole city, but I would like to see, at least for my district, what is the plan for these restrooms? And if you could make the whole plan available for all of us, to check out. But at least for now, I assume it's a pretty lengthy document. But for now, at least I'd like to see what's going to be happening in my district.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If I could say briefly,
Sure.
Councilmember Bass, my council member, I live in your district. Everything you said was legitimate, right? And there is an urgency of the now, but again, I think this also raises the whole facilities master planning process. And thank you for your partnership with TM Pierce. I think, I'm from Germantown. I remember we loved that building, but there were some things with the building that needed to be upgraded. But I think going to TM Pierce and other schools like that are being built for the coming conversations around reimagining buildings and spaces like that, it's great to go into TM Pierce and see what's possible. So I think Dr. Watlington has communicated that trying to find a way to show our communities, show council members what's possible so that the school will continue in certain spaces, but maybe there needs to be a reimagining of the space or rebuild. So what's possible. So thank you.
Whew, ninth inning, hopefully. Thank you, colleague. Great questions. And while we all might be a little tired, hopefully a kid will go to a clean bathroom in the future because we took a few more minutes to put some issues on the books that are really important. As we close out, let me just a couple more things on the record. So I'm an educator. My master's degree is in education. My father's a former teacher. Teaching is in my blood, right? Former athletic director. I have to just go on the record and push back around the principal issue at Gant. I'm understanding that you have a convening sometime soon as it relates to selecting new principals. I myself have family members who's going through the process. Very tedious, very difficult. So if you can, Dr. Watlington, because I'm trying to be sensitive to the amazing staff here at City Council, can you give us a written response before the end of the week, specifically around Gant, the vacant principal position, and what we can do to expedite that process?
Happy to do so, sir.
Thank you, sir. One more thing on the record for me on my end. Now, Board President Streeter, we've done a lot of work around black charters. Has the new school board met with the African American Charter Coalition? If so, what happened? If not, why not? And also, what are you looking to do based on the Ballard Spar report? Because it had a number of recommendations. What is the new board looking to do as it relates to implementation around recommendations? And in the spirit of Kessie Lozada, I will say black and brown charter schools as well. So if you could just give us a 60-second response to that on the record, that would be helpful.
I'll be brief. While the board has not met with the coalition, the board, for the first time since I've been here, have convened with our charter school leaders, inclusive of the coalition and other organizations and our operators who operate our charter schools. I think that was discussed in our opening conversation. I do know, I can just give you an example of how the board is evolving on some of its practices. One of the things that was raised in the report was a recommendation for some additional face time with operators or potential operators and the board. And with that being said, this is the first year where a board member will be an active participant in our new charter application process. And I know Chief Chow, who can speak more eloquently about what he's done as it relates to his ongoing meetings with advocates and also our providers in the School District of Philadelphia for charter schools. He can speak more to that, but he's actually out right now with a stomach bug, and his number 2, Marielle, isn't here. So, but we can follow up in writing as it relates to those pieces. But I do know that there are some pieces that he's already started to implement.
So I would ask that the board individually, not as a collective, we don't want you violating any Sunshine Act rules, take the time to meet with the coalitions around Latino charters as well as black and brown charters. We understand that you're taking a vote pretty soon as it relates to expanding or allowing new charter schools. I don't know about the rest of the members of council, but I personally am not in that. That's up to you guys to figure it out. Whatever direction you plan on going in and however you handle that essentially is on you guys. But what we will ask is that the institutions that currently exist get the opportunity to allow their voice to be heard and communicate some of the concerns that they have as it relates to their perception of being discriminated against. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
As we close out and get ready to call witnesses, I would like to just take a moment to thank you, Dr. Watlington, Board Chair Streeter, for the work that you did around the Northeast Field. That super site is going to put us in a position to really have some victory laps around extracurricular activities as well as athletics. I also want to thank you for the work that you did around homeless youth. That $2.3 million that you were able to identify will save a lot of lives as it relates to children in the city of Philadelphia. And I also want to thank you for your effort as it relates to dual enrollment. We appreciate the fact that you've increased the number of seats for students in public schools to be able to attend local universities while still in high school and put them in a position to be able to graduate with both a diploma as well as an associate degree. So it's not all bad coming from this legislative body. We do want our bathroom fixed and we do want some good food, but at the end of the day, we do appreciate some of the concerns that's been communicated in the past and some of the victory laps that we've been able to go on together as it relates to what we need to do. Last but not least, extracurricular activities. I want to continue to have that open dialogue. We have some wins, but we have some losses, looking at robotics programs and other programs that have lost funding that we've suspended. It's hypocritical as government to be able to talk about the focus on extended school and things of that capacity while simultaneously cutting programs that work. The mayor talked about Sharif El-Mekki and his organization. Since I've been on city council, I've been begging you guys to put money in the Freedom Schools programs. Put money in the Freedom Schools, put money in Freedom Schools. I believe in African-centered education as well as I know other folks in the room do, and nobody does it better than Freedom Schools. So on the one hand, if we're going to tote Sharif El-Mekki for the great work that he's doing, the only reason them black men are, not the only reason, the primary reason them black men are prepared to go into classrooms and teach is because they have that mock experience in the Freedom Schools program. Councilman Thomas would not be sitting here without the Freedom Schools program, and I bet you that you have a lot of educators and principals who's in the district who comes under that same category. So with that being said, are we good to go?
I wanted to state for the record that I have a list of questions that I'd like to submit to the district for responses in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Watlington. Thank you, Board President Streeter. We appreciate you being here. Please get something to eat. Take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your leadership.
Hold on, Doc. I'm sorry. Doc, hold on. Did I miss something, colleagues? Sure? Okay, all right. I see my boss is looking at me. That means something ain't right. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the person who is here to testify? Witnesses who are here to testify, we respect the fact that you waited a very long time to be able to testify, but we're going to ask you to not get too long-winded as it relates to your testimony here today. So with that being said, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the first person to come testify?
The committee asks Laurie Mazer, Cynthia, and Perry to step forward. We'll then hear from Kristen and Edwin after that.
Hey, Perry. Can I see your laptop? My paper inside of my laptop. I don't know why. It's horrid.
We'll hear first from Laurie Mazer, then Cynthia, and then Perry. You'll each have 3 minutes. I'll start the timer when you start talking. Laurie?
Hi.
You're up.
Yep, I'm Laurie Mazer. I'm a parent of two public school neighborhood school students, a 9th grader and a 6th grader. And I'll just start by saying in 2018 and 19, I participated in the comprehensive school planning review process that the school district had that then never was completed, which was supposed to be a process about facilities and planning that was focused on neighborhoods, specific areas and regions of the school. And I would just like to ask that the school district and city council keep that neighborhood focus and keep that neighborhood-oriented process and center these neighborhood schools as they move forward with the facilities planning process. Within my house, I have 7 K through 8 schools less than a mile, which is not typical in this city. And those are all the schools in really, really old buildings. Some of these schools serve populations of students that are 30% ESOL students, 30% students with IEPs. And while a school may be under-enrolled or having declining enrollment, it serves a critical role to the students that are there, and they have to be the focus of this process. I think that's where we have to start. That is the focus, is what are we asking these schools to absorb and to do with the most underfunded and under-resourced, with attention to the fact that I understand special admission schools and criteria-based schools are a focus. I think we absolutely have to have the neighborhood schools that take all students from all neighborhoods and their admissions as a focus. And I'd like the district to have a metric that they present to parents that says that every parent can be guaranteed that they'll have a healthy, safe, modern school within a mile of their house before we tell them that we're closing a school. I think you have to be leading with what you're going to offer people and not what you're taking away from them. So it's critical that we focus on schools that are islands in our neighborhoods. They're literally little tiny islands that you're saying are under-enrolled, but they've been wildly underinvested in, and they are the thing that needs to be the absolute priority as we move forward, because those schools serve a critical, they are literally the thing holding neighborhoods together. So each council member knows and understands the importance of these schools in their district, and that our focus cannot be on what we're taking away from people, but it has to be on what we're offering and giving them. And that's it. I'll let Cynthia.
Thank you for your testimony, but more importantly, thank you for your patience and your willingness to care.
I got here too, because it's not my first time.
Well, thank you. Either way, we appreciate it, very much appreciate it. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name is Cynthia Hugh. I'm a youth programs manager at Asian Americans United. We host bilingual and multicultural programming for youth, Asian American youth in the city. So our students come from schools around the city, schools that were mentioned today, schools like Palumbo, Northeast, and Furness. I'm here because I'm concerned about the school closings being considered to happen next year. So between 2012 and 2013, the school district closed 30 schools to address a budget deficit. But students, staff, families, and their communities were ripped apart. Thousands of students' trust in their educational system was broken forever. As a result, average test scores decreased for both the displaced students and the schools receiving them. Student absences also increased significantly for displaced students. Instead of rushing to close schools, the school district should prioritize student learning and community health in these decisions. Use comprehensive data and deep, meaningful, transparent community engagement. Don't just pay our communities lip service. It is the school district's responsibility to do better for their students and teachers. I attended a school board meeting a couple of weeks ago, the same meeting where they voted for the TIF. Our students were there in tears, appealing and screaming at the top of their lungs. And I think that it is such a frustration that solutions that are coming out of the school district, these very same people that are responsible for the well-being of our students, are merely just Band-Aids for tears that are getting larger and larger. And you are literally standing in front of students that you are responsible for and giving measly solutions. They are screaming at the top of their lungs for resources, for you to look at them, and as adults to stand by them and support them and advocate for them. So ensure that our students are safe, make sure they have access to quality education. With the new administration coming in, like how are the school district and city hall going to substantively protect our students and families? How are we gonna address the sanctuary schools and sanctuary city status right now that aren't being addressed? How are we gonna ensure safe spaces, more spaces in schools? We have teachers who have been talking about lack of space, gyms that are being split with lunch periods. So yeah, as being someone who works with young people and hear this, day in and out, and being someone who went to school in Philadelphia as a student, I think, put your words where they land, and yeah, asking folks to really care for our students.
Thank you for your testimony, your passionate testimony. Thank you for your patience as well, too. And I can assure you that it is going to be some tough decisions that we're going to have to make, but we would love to hear from you as it relates to your lived experiences and what direction we should go in next year. So thank you so much. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Perry Law. I'm a youth educator at Asian Americans United as well, and also a former art teacher at McCall Elementary School here in the school district. I'm here to speak on behalf of my youth who are unable to attend this meeting due to being in school. I wrote that maybe a couple hours ago, so they could have shown up at this point, but I'm still here to represent the youth that are not able to be here. Our students are heavily engaged in fighting for their communities all over the city. We work with youth who haven't had a permanent math teacher since the beginning of the school year. Students who saw their favorite after-school program get cut or their favorite teacher forced out because of unsustainable teaching conditions. I've held my youth as they've cried too many times to count, tired and exhausted from spending hours at the school board and city council, having their voices completely ignored and still having to go home to work on their calculus homework for the next day. Youth know that many institutions have failed them by the time they graduate high school, if they get the chance to graduate. Yet they still hold out hope for elected officials in the school board to step up and fight for their futures. Instead of letting them down by disregarding their voices and closing schools, choose a different way. Instead of ignoring their passionate activism against the arena and selling out their neighborhoods, choose a different way. Giving away our pressured neighborhood institutions like schools in Chinatown means serving them up on a platter for real estate developers and private equity firms. Our youth, our future, should always be at the center of our decision-making and not an afterthought after decisions have already been made. I am so appreciative of the school board representatives who are here today and the work that they'll do this school year. But there were only 3 representatives for the approximately 200,000 students in the district who come from many different backgrounds, speak many different languages, and who have many different concerns. Student voices are being ignored at the school board, at city council, with the mayor on the arena, with freedom of speech, and more. How are student voices actually being represented? Or is youth engagement just a checkbox? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your passion and the work you do for our children. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, who's next?
After Kristen Gosling, we'll hear from Edwin Mayorga.
Edwin left, so he submitted his comments in writing.
Thank you so much. So you have the honor and privilege of being the last person to speak today. Thank you for your patience.
No pressure. I will be fast. Hi, I am Dr. Kristen Gessling. I am here in my role as a member of the Advisory Council of the Our City, Our Schools Coalition. I'm a researcher, I'm an educator, I'm an activist, and a proud public education graduate myself. OCOS was founded in 2016 to bring local control back to the city, which we did. And so the disbandment of the SRC and the implementation of the Board of Education was kind of our debut action, and we have continued to exist as a space to provide students, families, parents, community members, resources, and opportunities to lead and make decisions and strategize about how their schools are run. And that is what we believe community engagement is and should be, is collaboration, and it's a power sharing. So we have questions about what community engagement actually is for and what it serves at the district, what these facility planning conversations are actually going to be used for, what is the specific data and metrics that is being collected, and how is it going to be used to inform the decisions that are going to be made. Why is the entry point of the conversations about which schools are we going to be closed and not about what can we do to improve and strengthen our schools? Because this is historical, it's cyclical, and we've been here before. And we know when we hear the district say that they have learned from lessons, and those lessons show that the cost savings is in personnel, in the midst of a teacher retention and hiring crisis, that the outcomes in student performance are negative and detrimental, it does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that this is the solution and that this is our path forward. On top of that, the facilities planning process, I showed up to the conversation that was scheduled in my neighborhood at Lovett Library, and it was crossed off. There was no rescheduled announcement, there was no notification. It was simply canceled, and the library had no idea if there was going to be another one or how it was going to happen. So those concerns that we have heard from Philadelphians about the district and about education in the city, which is they do not feel represented, they do not trust the leadership of our schools, and they would like better communication, all the things that we've talked about, right? And what we know people want to be better, that is exactly how trust continues to be eroded and how transparency is not happening. Thank you.
So we're going to change that. First of all, thank you for your patience and your perspective and your passion around this issue. Clearly, if people are willing to wait 8-9 hours to be able to testify, you're clearly passionate about this issue. Dave Maynard, my clerk, he has a business card, so as soon as I adjourn this hearing in about 64 seconds, you please go see Dave Maynard, get his card, and anybody who's here today that's willing to engage in in-depth, intelligent dialogue and also willing to compromise. We need as much perspective as possible, because what we did in the past as it relates to closing schools, we got it wrong. We're clearly in the midst of a facilities crisis. We have to get it right. We need as much input as possible, but the worst thing that we can do is give people the perception that we're moving in a way that's not in the best interest of our children. So you have my word as the chair of the Education Committee that we will be willing to have meetings and open dialogue throughout the course of next year as it relates to coming up with a facilities plan for the city of Philadelphia. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. And please see Dave Maynard as it relates to that particular issue. Chair recognizes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bass, before we close out, not 64 seconds, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to note for the record that, well, first of all, our office was not involved in the planning or scheduling of the meeting, but we did hear about it just a few days before. And when we reached out to them, they said, oh, it's been canceled.
Who's them, colleague?
I'm sorry, it's Laurel Gerbach.
I know you. I knew who you were talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry, School District of Philadelphia.
Yep.
So my office did, I did, not even my office, I reached out to the school district to ask about the meeting that was held. Number one, our office was not informed either. And number two, when we were informed, we saw something online which stated that there was going to be a meeting this coming Saturday at Lovett Library, blah, blah, blah. And so when we asked about it further, it was the response from the district, this was a day or two before, was that it was canceled and that anyone who registered would have been notified of that cancellation. And I found that not to be, 100% accurate, because I did reach out to some folks who were listed as being a part of the conversation, presentation, whatever, who had no idea, who showed up also on that same Saturday, expecting that there was going to be this conversation around school facilities, and it didn't happen. So I just wanted to, apologize. It was not our office. We did not have anything to do with putting this thing together. But we did hear about it. We did reach out to the district to make sure that people knew, or that they would try to notify people that this was not happening.
Thank you, colleague. Very important information to put on the record. And,
yes,
listening to some of the concerns of the constituents, been here, over 5 hours, I think they have to understand that we have the same passion as well as some of the same concerns that they do, and we want to work together with the people that we represent to address this. So before I close, I just want to say thank you to our Sergeant of Arms, our stenographer, our amazing tech team, and all of the people who just did this Ironman hearing with no break, no water, no anything. You guys are super amazing. We very much appreciate you. And with that being said, this concludes the business before the committee of whole today. I want to thank you all very much for your attendance, and we look forward to the conversation in the future. Thank you all.